Hello, 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 everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's 9:03 in Johannesburg in South Africa. Welcome, welcome, welcome to today's session. It's day 2 of the Women in Supply Chain Summit. I'm glad that you're joining us this morning. Tell us where you are coming from. Good morning. Which country are you coming from? If you can just tell us, what are you expecting with regards to today's session? Good morning. Let's see who is there, who has connected. Let's see. Most of you colleagues, yesterday we have Nkosazana Dlovu, who is connected there. Oh, I can see Radu. Good morning, Radu. Welcome.
Good morning.
Glad to have you here. I'm trying to see who is logging in from South Africa, Africa as a whole. We have someone from Nigeria, Omalola Salami, Tembo Chilinda from Zambia as well. I can see your comments in the chat box coming through. Welcome, welcome, colleagues. We have everyone in Africa. Oh, we have Essel from China as well, Nigeria, South Africa as well. Welcome, colleagues. We are on our second day of the Supply Chain Summit. I'm hoping that most of you connected yesterday because we had a very, very exciting session until 2:30 in the afternoon. Now we are continuing. It's our final day for the summit. So let me tell you about yesterday. Yesterday, it was the most insightful day and with great speaker lineup. And I'll tell you about this, the great speaker lineup. If you missed yesterday's session, great lineup in terms of the discussions that we had and the great interviews. And I hope most of you did not miss out the 5 minutes coaching circles. Those were most exciting, in fact, from our side, where we had to put the coaches under pressure to complete the coaching in just 5 minutes. So let me tell you this about the speakers and the insights and the learnings from yesterday. We had a beautiful keynote speech from Maria Villablanca from the UK, who really shared a lot of insight of developing a growth mindset. And I'm hoping that after yesterday's session, most of you are already thinking around how do you want to grow as a supply chain professionals. We had an insight around Africa Free Continental Trade Area, which is one of the greatest in Africa. And if you're in Africa, you know exactly what you want to achieve. We want to industrialize. We have to look at intra-trading as well. We want to start seeing Africa as a whole growing in terms of its GDP as well. But the most important part of it is beneficiation. And one of the things that I challenged you as supply chain professionals was, what are you doing as buyers, as logistics colleagues, as businesses out there to ensure that we enable AFTA to happen? Because that is the hope for Africa as a whole. We're looking for more investment in Africa. And we were being challenged in terms of South Africa and Africa as well as a whole, that let's start looking at our funding mechanisms as well so that we can enable AFTA to happen. And what else did we learn? We learned around various aspects in terms of the trends that are coming up, coming from the CPO analysis, in terms of what the thought processes are around CPO. There was the trends analysis coming from Ernst & Young. There is a survey that was done by themselves that speaks to the trend analysis, the future of supply chain, and some of the things that came out of it, that we have to look at digitalization, we have to look at resilience, having agile supply chains as well, and the growth. Looking at sustainability as well. Though we captured that at the high level, I know that today's session will basically be covering more and more around it. And then we had those 5 minutes quick coaching circles. I know that from the streaming perspective, especially on LinkedIn, some of the coaching circles were cut off. So we will be sharing with yourself so that you can go through them afterwards. So it was a very, very exciting insightful sessions. So tell me about it. If you attended yesterday, tell me, what have you learned? What are the areas that you want us to address in the future? What are still your current questions? So again, we are celebrating Women's Month in South Africa. It's August. In August, we always celebrate women in South Africa. Like I said yesterday, We celebrate women across the board the whole year, but there's 2 special days that we know. One, which is International Women's Day, which is in March. But also in South Africa as well, we celebrate women in August, where 20,000 women marched to the union buildings around ensuring that given that emancipation, we are able to maneuver around in terms of our movement and our involvement, hence the issue of why we're also having this session. And most important part of it, enabling supply chain as a whole and growing beyond excellence and really getting to see more women participating. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very excited about today as well, because we have the most great lineup again. And that lineup speaks to a lot of topics. And yes, we still have our 5 minutes quick coaching circle. So do not miss that. Please make sure that you do not miss that. But the nice part about this, our agenda is fully packed with a lot of insightful sessions, so you can choose whichever you want around it. So a lot of exciting things today is around the skills of the future, looking at technology, digital transformation in supply chain, transport management solutions as well. We will be talking about excellence, and Radu is our keynote speaker that will be coming up right now. And I'm really looking forward to that discussion. We will be having some coaching circle on enterprise and supply development programs. How do we ensure that we move away from just training, developing, and creating sustainability as well? We will be having coaching circles around it, around the youth as well in supply chain. How do we ensure that we elevate them across in our industry and their participation as well in after? So it's a jam-packed agenda, colleagues, which takes me now to the second last item. I had said yesterday that we have the biggest announcement that will be coming up before the end of August. And you know what that biggest announcement is? If you missed it, is the top 100 women in supply chain in Africa. Do you know who those people are? Do you know who those women are? And those are the women that are the trailblazers, the women that have made a difference in Africa in supply chain, from procurement all the way to logistics. We have been watching them and we know who those are. You have nominated them as well, which is what we love about it. So that's the biggest announcement that will be coming as part of us celebrating women in supply chain. And this has been driven by African Women in Supply Chain Association, partnering with SingPoint from our side and some of our partners. So that's what you must be looking forward to. So today, we are starting now with our session. Are you looking forward to today? What do you want to know? And I want to see on the chat box, I want to hear from your side if there is anything specific that you want to learn. We've got the agenda out there. And the question is there anything, have you got questions out there before we even start that you want to raise to our panelists so that they can get themselves prepared? And I am giving you that authority to challenge them. Even our coaches, challenge them, ask them the questions, because it's really around your growth, your development, it's around the learnings. And that's basically what we want as part of our session this morning until in the afternoon. So starting up this morning, I want to introduce our first guest, who is our keynote speaker, Mr. Radu Palamariu. Radu, are you there? My first speaker is Radu.
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Hello, Radu. Are you well?
Very, very well. Glad to be here with you.
All right, awesome. Radu, thank you for joining us. Colleagues, I think most of you have seen Radu, such a thought leader and sharing so much of insight in supply chain. And with Radu, we have been partnering with Alcott Global, the organization, on various events, and we've seen the sterling work that they are doing in supply chain. So Radu, he will be talking to us around reimagining global supply chain and instilling some excellence. Do you want to know who Radu is? Yesterday we were talking, Radu, around communication, and we were talking about branding. And one of the things that we spoke around in supply chain was your brand as a supply chain specialist. And we were challenged and say that maybe one of these days we must Google ourselves and see what people think around us in supply chain, if you want to start thinking around the brand equity as well. So anyone that wants to know who Radu is, go on LinkedIn, go on Google as well, then you will see who Radu and the sterling work that they are doing. So let me tell you about Radu. He is the managing director of Alca Global and the Global Head Supply Chain and Logistics practice, working on the C-level and top management executive search assignment with the top Fortune 500 companies and local Asia conglomerates. So Radu on his side has focused on manufacturing, logistics as well, transportation, management, e-commerce, so supply chain on its entirety. That's his forte. I think we've seen that Radu has been a speaker at various industry conferences across the region. He's a contributor, he's an advocate, and I've seen that. I love what you are doing, Radu, in terms of supply chain. In terms of how we shape up our supply chain, and which speaks to our topic today, Radu, and looking at the future landscape of supply chain. How do we reimagine supply chain, and how do we achieve the excellence? I think for me, that's the most critical keynote, because I can assure you, Radu, that since yesterday, we're talking about bits and pieces of supply chain, but in totality, it must come into this recollection of the landscape. And this landscape is what I would want you to talk to us about, because so much we've been talking about how do we reimagine. We have been challenged in supply chain. We have seen that supply chains have been more customer-centric now, demand-driven and automated. So Radu, maybe you want to greet the audiences and we can just kick off with our discussion.
Sure, with pleasure. Thanks for the warm introduction, Lebo. And now you got me a bit worried. I don't know what will come up when people Google me, but I do hope that quite a few things related to supply chain. And then I hope I didn't do any crazy stuff in my youth that will discriminate me as well. But let's see. I should do that more often as well, Googling myself. But glad to be here. Very relevant topic. And I think if there's one positive that came out of COVID-19, there's not so many, but one definitely is that supply chain as a whole, as a profession, as a function, as an area of skill set and expertise has been greatly elevated. People now talk in the big media, right? You see that in the global channels, in the global televisions. The other day, Kamala Harris, the vice president of the US, was in Southeast Asia. They talked only about supply chain, or mostly about supply chains and making them resilient. So I think that we can celebrate as practitioners, all of your audience listening. And happy to be here, happy to share some thoughts. Of course, I also do need to put a disclaimer in there that that our area of expertise is in the leadership skills, executive search. We recruit for companies at a senior level across the globe, and happy to share my thoughts around those subjects.
Thank you so much, Radu, for that. You know, every time I watch the news and I listen to Kamala Harris and they are talking about supply chain, I get so excited that that conversation has elevated, to the top. And if it's elevated to the top, and that shows the importance of supply chain, and hence also this importance of we must reimagine ourselves. And I just want to really just set the scene for the colleagues. I think we have seen in supply chain, Radu, that right now most businesses they tend to be concerned about shareholder expectations. We're always looking at competition and having efficient and resilient supply chain. And most of it is around the customer, because at the end of the day, to make business, you need customers as well. We have to make money. The revenue streams needs to increase. There's an issue of service delivery. There's an issue of ethical, sustainable, and resiliency that is needed around it. But at the same time, and I will give you the landscape, Radu, also from the South African perspective, some of the international companies that I know, they are still more traditionally focused. And I've seen that we're really transitioning. We're far away, that we need to move away from being traditional and really start repositioning ourselves and reducing the risk and optimizing our end-to-end supply chains. And really that goes back to what you were saying, that with COVID, it has already challenged us. So we really need to have that rethinking and reimagine our supply chains. And I really want to know on your side, what your thoughts around it, because there's a whole lot of, we're talking about this supply chain excellence. What is this supply chain excellence that you are talking about? And which dimension do we really need to consider? Because everyone talk about let's optimize, let's have resiliency, let's have this excellence in supply chain. What is it exactly?
Great, great question. I guess my knee-jerk answer is I wish I knew as well. But let me give it a try in terms of offering some perspective. So I think. Well, firstly, it's a moving target, right? So it's not necessarily that you can, okay, this is the perfect formula of supply chain excellence and resilience that will work forever. No such thing. So it's a moving target, and we need to have that flexibility as practitioners to always be able to adapt. There is a saying that I will share now that is hopefully should be our mantra: blessed are the flexible, as they will never be bent out of shape. Blessed are the flexible, as they will never be bent out of shape. So that's, I think, one principle that we've seen it in the last 12 to 18 months because of the constant, and it's still ongoing, constant disruptions within the supply chain realm, that the supply chain practitioners, which by the way did an amazing job. I was talking to Professor Yossi Sheffi at MIT, and his point was like, look, I think we're not, maybe we're not paying enough respect to the fact that we didn't suffer from food shortages. We didn't suffer from, we still, the world still turned around because of the great work that the supply chain professionals did all over the world to keep it going, and it's still going, right? So, okay, we might have had some minor toilet paper blips, but okay, other than that, mostly we've been okay. So I think that is one thing to be appreciated. Now, to the point of resilience, excellence, whatever you want to call that, and I'm not maybe the expert into going on the technical side, but I think on the mindset side, because first and foremost, it's a mindset. It's a mental game, right, rather than necessarily a technical operational game. So it starts in the mind. So I think resilience and excellence is an attitude. I think you gotta have plan B, right? So I think a lot of companies, very basically speaking, didn't even have proper contingency plans, or if they did, they didn't. Nobody expected COVID, but it was really not. They were really not prepared. So that's a very basic thing. The fact that we've seen a rise in terms of our recruitment and roles, in terms of getting risk officers and risk managers more into companies and being hired, that's another aspect that goes within that direction. And then on the excellence, and resilience is a word that gets thrown away. What it means at the core is, do you have plan B, C, D? Are you prepared? Do you have your options, right? If the next port blows up, if the next airport, and we're seeing this almost every day, right? What is your contingency plan? How fast do you have access to data? How fast can your teams move, collaborate, and have the right relationships with the right partners that can enable you to find another route, another solution, another way to deliver the goods to the endpoint, to the customer, to whoever is your client. So I think it's more of a mindset that we really need to train ourselves to continuously go. And then, of course, on that, then you go into the how, right? The tools, the technology, the whatever it may be, the software that you might need to use. But I think it starts with the mindset first. So that's the aspect that all of us have within our own controls as individuals, team leaders, managers, CEOs, and so on.
Mm-hmm. But tell me, and I like what you're saying about the mindset, Raju. Do you think it's around the supply chain positioning as to how organizations are structured in terms of supply chain. Do you believe probably, repositioning of supply chains? And I hear you when you're saying that it's about the mindset, having a plan B, plan C, and so forth. And this supply chain positioning, I think it's really key when we're talking about achieving such excellence and the way you've really been explaining it. But it goes back, and I'm just thinking, with such dynamics, Radu, do you think achieving this supply chain excellence is more difficult to, task to achieve? Because I say every day you wake up, something new is coming up in supply chain, and you can always have plan A, plan B, plan C. But before all of those things, it goes back to strategy. It goes back to repositioning your supply chain. What are your thoughts around that? And what is it that organizations must really look at?
And I would maybe even go deeper. What is within the control of us as the supply chain community to change? And I think there's also, so whilst we discussed that supply chain as function, as professionals has been elevated, I think there's still a way to go. And I think sometimes it's fundamentally, the challenge is that supply chain professionals at large need to get better, continue to improve the way they position themselves in the organization, the way they communicate to the organization, the value they bring, right? So, so again, now it's a wake-up call. If you have your goods stuck in Suez Canal and you can't deliver to your client and you lose revenue, then the CEO himself or herself also is like, okay, this is...
Yeah.
I have a serious problem in head of logistics or whatever it may be, operations, to communicate better the value that supply chain brings. And sometimes it is indeed, and it's a legacy issue, right? That supply chain and logistics and transportation has been seen of, okay, if everything is a thankless business, right? I mean, I hear this a lot. You don't get a lot of thanks if things go well. You definitely get a lot of heat when things go wrong. So it's up to the professionals to have these conversations, position themselves as partners to the business, and make sure that the C-level, the board, understands the value they bring. So a simple example, it boils down to communication a lot of times, presentation skills. How do you share and get buy-in, right? So it's one thing to say, look, we need to do this because it saves our cost by 5%, or because we are increasing the utilizations of our trucks or warehouses by 2%. That's one way to say it. Most likely you're going to lose the C-level because they don't care. What do they care about? They care about business. So then if you go as a supply chain practitioner and say, look, this is how we serve more clients, increase our market share. This is the way that in long term we're gonna increase our customer levels, which will in turn lead to more business. It's a different conversation. So I think we need to fundamentally take it upon ourselves as our responsibility. Stop the jargon, stop the technical terms. A lot of people in supply chain love their words and they may have no meaning to people outside of supply chain, but we still use it. Well, we need to frame and be better at storytelling, at communicating the value that it brings to organizations. And then, of course, that will also shift perception. You'll get more responsibility. You'll have more power to change things within organization and to make things happen. So, yeah, these are some thoughts. Now I forgot where we started this and what was your initial question. So this is what it prompted me to say.
Well, I remember I was talking about, is it becoming difficult considering the, where we are as the dynamic nature of supply chain? What are the thoughts around repositioning ourselves in organizations? And you nailed it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking to Radu around reimagining your global supply chains and instilling some excellence. Tell us, what challenges have you got out there? Are you struggling repositioning yourself as a professional? Do your stakeholders know who you are, what you do in supply chain? Are you playing that advocacy role within your organization so that everyone can get to understand your role? We're talking about advocacy, we're talking about communicating better to reposition supply chain in your organization and also in the industry. Have you got
just jump in quickly, Lebo. There's one thought that I'll quickly throw in here, and I'd like to encourage everyone listening to, definitely ask questions. I'm monitoring, and Lebo's monitoring the chat and the questions, so happy to make this as interactive as possible for you guys.
Yes.
One thought, and this is a practice that I've observed in some of the best run organizations where supply chain is at the partner level. Supply chain professionals have a seat at the table with the client. They go with the sales. They made it a point. So it's usually a two-way street, right? So sales also understands that without supply chain, they can't deliver the goods, right? So, I mean, you can sell all you want. If you don't manufacture, deliver the things that you sold, you're going to lose the client, right? So of course, sales needs to understand this, but it also comes with the supply chain professional side to go to sales and say, look, how can I help you better? Let me come with you to the sales meeting. Let me come and meet the customer so that we, together we form that team. We're not fighting, which usually is the constant OP meetings or whatever it may be. You end up knocking heads. Let's go in there together and let me help you better position, sell to the client what we can deliver for them. So I think that's an important step. I've seen that the whole perspectives of a lot of the supply chain organizations and practitioners changes the moment they understand, hey, it's not only about my KPI on-time delivery. I'm serving a client. I remember this vivid conversation. Patricia, she's amazing. She's in Latin America at one of our summits. She said the aha in her career in supply chain was when she realized, I'm not just here to reduce cost or to whatever on-time delivery. I am here to serve a client that, by the way, she was in healthcare, by the way, can save lives, right? And that client, whether it's a hospital or whatever it may be, is very important. And when she saw the whole picture, that it was like, for her, it's a cognizant of work closely with sales, understand the client, and then understand the bigger picture of why do we do what we do in supply chain, right?
I love it. I always say that when you're speaking to the sales colleagues, they're always looking for sales in so many ways. When I was in logistics years ago, someone will go and get a client. I always say that you can go to Mount Alps, to Kilimanjaro, from the mountain and get a client. And you get that customer and you think that you're going to make money for the organization, but you still have to come back to supply chain and say, how do we get this product from here to Kilimanjaro? In terms of, because all of that, in terms of redesigning the transport network is very crucial. So we have to be part and parcel of that, because now we will start now reimagining in terms of the costs. How much now that price, if it was a little bit of money, now when you start injecting the costs around it, then the salesperson now, they start realizing that they just can't make money with that sales pitch that they have. And that's exactly what you're talking about, being part and parcel of that whole process. Now, talking about that repositioning, Raju, one of the things that I'm seeing transitioning as well, and I think we spoke a lot around it was, and you spoke around having a seat at the table, and the seat at the table speaks to, it can be reporting at the very, sitting at the strategic level, reporting to a CEO. In fact, I've even seen some certain CPOs becoming CEOs of organizations as well. But the other transition that, that I'm seeing is supply chain profession being part of the boards in companies, which is something that it never used to happen for years ago. Are you seeing that transitioning happening? And how do we ensure that we enforcing that? Because for me, sit at the table speaks right at the strategic level.
What comes to my mind, I read a book, I think it was written by Sheryl Sandberg, the chief operations officer of Facebook. She's a very strong woman and she's gone through a lot. And she was talking in that book, it's more about, women in leadership. Yes. But the point to the seat at the table, I think that she made was, if you don't have a seat at the table, bring your own chair.
Yes.
So I love that analogy. I hope I'm attributing it correct. So I think it was her, but okay. The point being is, it's both ways again, right? The sales and the supply chain. One, for the board and the C-level to see the value. Two, for the supply chain professionals, and it's our responsibility to show the value, to demonstrate. And demonstrating again, I cannot stress this enough because I see it again and again and again. And it's not only in supply chain, it's also in people doing their job amazingly and thinking that just because they do their job amazingly, they're going to get promoted. It just doesn't work like that. So whether you're in supply chain, you want to be a board member, whether you are, just starting your career and you want to get promoted, just doing a great job is not enough. It might sound counterintuitive. You need to know how to communicate around it in a way that people that can actually make a difference, put you in the board seat or promote you, understand that you add value. And a lot of people think that that's self-promotion. You can call it like that, and there's nothing wrong with it. You got to tell people how you add value. So specifically to supply chain, have we seen more people from supply chain go to the board? Yes, we have. Are we here in a position to say, am I here in a position to say that most CEOs will come from supply chain? No, I'm not. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, in and by itself. Truthfully, I speak to a lot of C-level in supply chain. They don't want to be CEOs, right? Not everybody's cut to be CEO. Being CEO is hard. I mean, it's not, you give out most of your life. I mean, most of us believe that being a CEO or a C-level in general, to be honest, but anyway, the CEO is something all glamorous, and because we only see that part of the job. It's actually incredibly difficult. It's the same with I mean, you have to give up your family life almost, right? I mean, how much time do you think you have available anymore? You don't, right? So first things first, not everybody wants to be CEO. Second thing, is there an increase in terms of people from supply chain that are in board positions, get a seat at that table? Yes, there is, right? So I think more and more organizations see that. Nordstrom very recently promoted Alexis is the name of the chief supply chain officer. She's a great profile. I encourage you to follow her. So she got promoted to the board. There's a few others. I mean, everybody talks about, the Tim Cook story and the Mary Barra story. They are great beacons, right? And great examples of people that made it to the CEO. So it's happening, but again, I can't stress this enough. This is not happening in and by itself. It's not happening because this supply chain professionals are just doing a great job. It's also because they know how to communicate, how to get buy-in, how to influence, how to create ecosystems, how to create partnerships that offer value to the company and position it in a way that gives them business advantage in their markets. There is a reason why Tim Cook got CEO level at Apple, because he set up the bloody contract manufacturing and supplier network, and that made Apple what it is today, right? I mean, he didn't just
wake up and it cooks. It just happened.
Exactly. I mean, there's a reason why they didn't appoint the CFO, sales officer, right? So we gotta own what is within our control. I mean, don't wait for some miracle to happen. So own what is within our control within supply chain operations, which is influencing relationships, showing value, partnering to the business, understanding how we add value. And at the same time, is there a trend that is happening? Absolutely. Why? Because 12 to 18 months ago, right? Maybe not a lot of people knew what is supply chain. Now it's still dubious if they understand, but the term is more and more out there, right? On papers and everywhere. It's sexy. It's all of a sudden become, oh my God, you're in supply chain.
I am interested in this. And I think that's what makes it more exciting now, that people now want to listen. And now they're starting to understand the strategic positioning of supply chains, and especially post throughout when the pandemic started, when we said that supply chains are failing. Now we have to reimagine how we're really working. So colleagues, you had it. Do you have a seat on the table? Are you able to communicate? Are you moving towards excellence as a business? Randu, I just want to check some few questions. There's a question that's coming from Nazim and Nazima, and he asked, they're asking, how do you negotiate without capital, although one has the infrastructure and client base? But how does one get a chance to sit down at the table to negotiate some pricing? It's really around during the negotiating process. How do you ensure that you have that proper seat at the table to be able to communicate, to be able to negotiate? I think we always find a lot of supply chain professionals, in fact, struggles with negotiating. And in terms of repositioning, in terms of really putting your point across and having that negotiation strategy. How can you advise Nizima in that regard?
And this is, I didn't quite catch, is this within an internal context or externally to partners? Is it internally in the organization or externally?
That's externally. That's externally. Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, look, I mean, great question. This comes a lot to the again principles, right? So I think
Yes.
most things in life are about principles. Now, I'm not an expert negotiator, but I've done enough sales and negotiations in my life to know that there's a couple of things that are very important. One is the long-term approach. Second is the win-win approach. So you're always in a negotiation. There is also a principle: whoever has least to lose usually wins. So now it sounds that the scenario that Nazima has described is fairly, she puts herself, or she is in a fairly disadvantageous position. But again, if you think long term, and if you think, what does the other party have to win, what do I have to win, and you make sure that that is aligned, then you have a different conversation, and I think it can work. And sometimes, look, I mean, if it's not a win for the other party, now I don't know. I don't know how you can make it work. So without knowing the specifics, I don't know if I have other sharing. So I think to me, negotiations are about think long term, right? I'm not here to cheat anybody. I'm not here to, I'm here to build a relationship, and I'm honestly interested and start from a position. Let me understand, what do you as the other party want? Then I share what, listen first and then seek to, I mean, Stephen Covey, right? Principle, right? Seek first to understand, then be understood, share both parties and see if there's a win-win long-term. If there is, great. If there isn't, well, you need to move on. So sometimes there is also the acknowledgement, doesn't work.
Indeed, indeed. So tell me, and I want us to wrap it up with just two last questions to you, for you, Radu, really around developing intelligent supply chains. In order to detect problems and opportunities. I'm finding that whilst we focusing on supply chain excellence, reimagining and repositioning ourselves, there's a certain level of intelligence that is needed. What are your thoughts? What do you think such intelligent supply chain should be looking like? I mean, I know you've spoken around us in supply chains being agile, being flexible, and so forth. Now let's talk about intelligent supply chains. What are intelligent supply chains according to you?
And I would point everybody also to there's people way smarter than me that have spoken and shared on that topic. And we have, as you know, Lebo podcast where we free of charge, where we interview some of the best leaders, co-leaders in supply chain. So there's a lot of these interviews that we try to put out, and a lot of smarter people than me have tried to answer this question. My take on it, and I think it seems to be for most companies the level of the combination of man and machine. It's a combination of human and machine. It's a combination of having the right data, the right analytics, and the right way to analyze that data in an intelligent way, so that you get the right insights out of it, right? And then you can action it. So, for example, right, there's a number of tools that do SNOP or IBP type of softwares, right? So they are able to, one of the example that comes to mind, there was a Starbucks, right, that was next to a stadium. The level of engagement that Starbucks got, obviously, when the matches would occur, would go through the roof. So they would need to, of course, plan, stockpile, and have all, because that's when it got busy. Whereas when, the very simple example, I mean, it's almost common sense. You're like, okay, but do you need such intelligence to be able to figure this one out? Well, the answer is yes, you do, because the people in the shop are not necessarily the people that are deciding on the level of stock. And they're not necessarily the same people that, and the same systems that, the feedback loops are not the same that would enable them to have enough stock to cater to the level of and the volume of clients that they would have, right? So simple example like that, if you have the technology, the system that flag to you, look, there is a seasonality, there is a spike that occurs, there's a human in the back office looking at this and the demand side and saying, okay, why is it happening? Okay, there's matches, right? Okay, let's make sure that this Starbucks is replenished one day before, right? And it has full availability of all the different things. So this is what I mean. You need to have the system. So to me, intelligent supply chain, human and machine, right? So you need to have the systems, the software, the data, the analytics to be able to tell you these things, right? Because again, if you're looking at 1,000 Starbucks shops, 100 Starbucks. Are you going to see this just by yourself? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not, right? So system, and then you need to have the humans, right, which is the smart analytical decision-making process still. I mean, the human is still a key part of that. And then together, that to me makes an intelligent supply chain.
Oh, yes. And it looks like we can't move away from this intelligent supply chains. We will be having a discussion on digital, transformation in supply chain. And it's exactly what you're talking about, that smart supply chain, you need a combination in both. And I guess technology has also enabled, which is one of the beautiful topics that I love, having more women in supply chain participating around it, especially in areas where we felt that there's male dominancy, especially in the logistics sector and transportation, to be exact, to be specific, that technology has really enabled it. But still, it's still raising even a challenge in all the other areas that were not so male dominated. In supply chain on its entirety. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking to Radu, and we're getting to be wrapping up. And in terms of wrapping up, Radu, I want you to really, give a thought and just a high-level tips to our colleagues. I mean, we spoke a lot around a couple of things, and you're already indicating that yes, we have to reimagine our supply chains, and we know that we are continually evolving as within our supply chains. And you're indicating as well that it's very important that we start being visible, be able to communicate in terms of our expectations in supply chain, our advocacy role. And I think also what you're indicating that, excellence also speaks to ensuring that we have a plan A, B, and C. And you said something that I love, that blessed are the, I thought you were going to be telling me a Bible verse when I start hearing blessed. Hey? When Reddy said that blessed are the flexible because they do not bend. You had that. And I definitely agree, because it's really around being flexible, being agile in supply chains. I think that's one of the things that has been coming around for the past year and a half already, being agile and being flexible. You spoke around resiliency, talking about having a seat at the table as well, and developing this beautiful ecosystem that allows us to be able to change, which is very important. But in closing up from your side, Radu, I think it's very important, everyone out there, they're already thinking that I want to now reimagine, I want to look at my supply chain. I want to make sure that I instill some form of excellence at a high level. What is it that organizations must do? If I were to leave tomorrow and say that I'm in this organization and I want to really revamp it completely, what will be the top high level tips that supply chain professionals must move forward to really, and not only supply chain professionals, I know there is CEOs out there that are always looking for solutions. This, the CFOs as well, that are always looking for solutions, because, sometimes we make a mistake of saying supply chain, but in fact, supply chain becomes the foundation in terms of all this, on this entire value chain of the businesses. So what should people now start considering immediately if they have to start transforming their supply chains?
Why? they need to be very clear on why are they doing that and what are they trying to do. So these two points, as simple and basic as it may sound, the number two reason, this is not linked to supply chain, the number two reason that startups fail in general, right, even if they have millions of dollars of funding or hundreds of millions, the number one, I think they run out of cash. But number two, incredibly to me, is they're not addressing a market need. Number two reason in the world that startups fail is the fact that they're building something nobody needs or not enough people need. So linking this to what I started, why and what, again, not to get bogged down into the reimagining label, is key. That yes, reimagining is important, but why? What are you trying to solve? What are you trying to fix? So every organization in this world, every company in this world has clients. That's the purpose of capitalism, right? You serve clients, you exist to serve clients. That's a business. Very simplistically put, you need to help people, right? So what are you trying to, how are you trying to be faster, more agile, more resilient, more nimble, whatever it may be, right? Are you clear on that? Have you taken that feedback from your client, right? So as supply chain professionals, who's your client? Well, some might argue that your clients are internal, right? So then it's sales or it's whoever it may be. So are you very clear on what they are telling you? And then again, back to the point that we mentioned a few questions ago, did you also go and talk to the actual client, right? To the actual client of the organization? Because sometimes sales might miss certain things, right? So they might see only their side, but they might not actually get the root issue that the actual client of the organization needs, right? So I can't stress this enough. Key to proper reimagining of a supply chain is understanding why do you do that? What are you trying to fix in order to enable, help, better serve fundamentally your client?
Yes.
If you get that right? If you get that right, then the rest of success principles, right? You need to understand what you're trying to do, because then the tools fall into place. The what, the how. It's just okay. I mean, whether you use Excel for that matter, or whether you use, you know, the most advanced artificial intelligence tool, as long as you're clear on what you're trying to achieve, you will nail it. But that's the piece which a lot of people, you know, they got, oh, we need to apply AI. We need to try a new AI tool that will reimagine our supply chain. Oh, we need to do blockchain. They will reimagine everything. Or we need to, God knows what, whatever new posh things comes up, right? IoT, visibility, whatever it may be, right? Yeah, but does that help the client? Does that make the life of the client easier? If yes, awesome. So that's, I mean, to me, that's a very, very important principle that I would use in this process.
All right, Radu, thank you so much. Colleagues, you had it. We all want some excellence in our supply chains, but you need a why and what, because you can't just apply one strategy across the board. Always remember that. And Radu is just really telling us around that as you really have that thought process, you need to now start looking at your organization, look at where you are, and how you have to record, because the how part is just as important as well. Look at intelligent supply chain. Remember that technology will always take over. And that's where we are in supply chain. Reposition yourself. Advocacy is very critical as well. Speak out there in the industry, in your organizations as well. Have you got questions for Radu? Please make sure that you send through. And Radu, if you have maybe last 2 minutes on your side, maybe if there's questions there, you can just respond to them directly. I know there is, you know, we're finding questions on LinkedIn. Sometimes I'm not able to check them immediately, and also on Zoom. Those are the ones that we can see directly. So Radu, thank you so much. We are definitely making progress, colleagues, moving towards excellence. And again, I said, I am speaking to Radu, who is the Managing Director of APAC and Global Head of Supply Chain at Alcott Global. Radu, thank you so much for sharing your insights. I'm thinking that everyone is already reimagining what to do in their organization. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Lebo.
Thank you.
Ultimately, we are there to connect people. We are there to connect companies with very good candidates that would help them take the business forward.
All right, you heard it. That is Radu. I have been speaking to him. He has shared insight, and that's what they do at Alcott Global. And I see that there's a question that was also asked to Radu, that Radu, do you help companies find supply chain executive and say that during the pandemics, are companies open to still appoint skills from foreign countries? That's what Radu does. Please connect with him, connect with Alcott Global and the work that they are doing. They're doing excellent work out there. Ladies and gentlemen, are you moving towards excellence in your organization? Are you ready? Where are you finding some glitches, and where do you need support? You can still send through your questions in terms of the chat box. Have your seat at the table. Make sure that you are heard, you are making a difference. Make sure that you are participating. People get to understand what supply chain, and what Radu has shared with us, colleagues, is that we are gaining some momentum in supply chain, because everyone is starting to talk about supply chain and seeing that it is critical and very strategic to our organization. Thank you so much, Radu, for the insight. As we move forward, colleagues, we are going to our next speaker, who will be joining us around ethical and sustainable supply chain. Colleagues, most of us, we know a lot has been happening in supply chain, and so much is happening in terms of circular supply chains, in terms of sustainability that is needed on how we procure, in terms of what we do as businesses. So I will be joined by Dr. Faith Mashele, and she will be talking to us about sustainable and ethical supply chain. And I would like to introduce Faith. Where is Faith? If she can join us. Faith, she loves talking about sustainability, and you know, with part of what we are doing as supply chain professional, I think you've seen that for more than a year now, everyone is talking about circular supply chains, like I said earlier, sustainability. And let's talk about ethical supply chains. And ethical supply chains, I'm just going to share a bit of insight in terms of the work that we've done previously when you're talking about ethical supply chain. And I do not want to really overemphasize in terms of ethics in supply chain. You know, last year we ran a survey in terms of corruption in the country and the thoughts around supply chain professionals, what they would like to see in terms of sustainability and looking at the profession itself. It's very important that for us in looking at that we start considering where we are at supply chains and how and where we want to be, you know, located in terms of our industry. So if you're talking about ethical supply chains, and I'll share the context in terms of South Africa as well. Most of you would have seen that we are dealing with the corruption in the industry. We did a corruption report sometime last year, and we have shared it also with the supply chain professional, which speaks to us as supply chain professionals being the levers and advocating against corruption. That's all part about ethical supply chain, colleagues. And with regards to those studies, a couple of things came out of the studies whereby supply chains professionals indicated that we need to have consequence management in areas that speaks to supply chain. We want to see whistleblowers being protected when it speaks to supply chain management. We have to start looking at professionalism as well in the industry. And when we start talking about professionalism, I'm still wondering what most of us are really doing out there. And we're talking about advocacy, remember that. And the advocacy now, it's speaking exactly to what us as supply chain professionals are really doing with regards to supply chain. Do people really even understand, you know, the work that you are doing? You have seen already, you know, with regards to the Transparency International's Corruption Index, South Africa already ranks against some of the highest corrupt countries in the world, and that is also looking at what more corruption in the public sector, and that doesn't mean that in the private sector it does not happen. So we had 64.4% of participants in terms of the supply chain who really says that corruption is enabled by unethical conduct and practices within supply chain, and it's really, we are really prone to corruption pressure. And what they are saying that most of the service providers that we also interviewed found that 11.4% of the respondents were under the severe pressure to pay bribes in order to secure working contracts if they are to keep their businesses afloat. That is very sad. That was coming from the service providers that we interviewed, and they are saying that we are part of this, you know, system of corruption, but because we are seeking work, we are seeking businesses. Always remember that we have to keep our businesses afloat, but we had to pay some form of bribe. I know that this phenomenon, colleagues, that is the same in various areas. It's not just in South Africa, but it goes back to the concept of ethical supply chain. So looking around that in terms of mitigating corruption in the country, at least 60% of the respondents, in fact, they agreed that the industry requires regulation and professionalism in the form of licensing, you know, for the professionals to operate within the guidelines and on ethical framework. So in fact, what they are saying that we need a skills audit of the entire industry, as well as a fitness test, and then enforce an oath system to ensure allegiance and compliance. Do you agree with that as a supply chain professional, that we need to really start looking at licensing, you know, our profession? Because if you look at the medical fraternity, if you look at the finance, the CFOs out there, they are regulated and they report to someone out there if they are out of order or if something happens. So we will want to see the same. What are your thoughts around that, supply chain professionals? I really would like to hear from you as to what your thoughts really are, because we spoke to supply chain professionals, some practitioners out there, and they're saying that we really need to have that. But however, what we also found was that 88.4% of the supply chain professionals that we surveyed are likely to report corrupt activities within their sector if disciplinary actions will take place. But what they are saying as well, you know, they will really want to see that anti-corruption policy framework being enabled. But also what they will also want to see is them being protected. Because if they are not protected, they will not be able to really report on corrupt activities, colleagues. So that's about ethical supply chain and corruption as well. So we have that corruption report, that survey that we did as SimPoint and WISC. If you need it, we can always share it. I think we have it on LinkedIn as well. Then you can see the response, colleagues, from the supply chain professionals, and that's ethical supply chain. And that's what we are looking at as professionals, that we want to be seen as being strategic, has been ethical in our ways of procurement. I think some of the comments that came through yesterday from the first session of our summit was really saying that if we really want to see the Africa Free Continental Trade Area working on its entirety, it's very important that from our side as well, we start looking at corruption, look at the trust as well, look at us as professionals, now instilling that and being advocates in supply chain from procurement all the way to logistics sector. So colleagues, now we can dive into our discussion with Ms. Faith Mashele. Faith, thank you for joining us this morning. Are you ready for us?
I am ready. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes. Hey, good morning, good morning. Are you ready for us? And don't worry, I'm not going to pile you with anything on corruption because it's out there. We've been discussing about it. We have our perception report that's coming from the professionals. So I'm bouncing it off back to the professional and saying that what should we do with corruption? What should we do with ethical supply chain? Yes, we can always talk about it. We've been doing that for years already. So I want to hear some of the audiences that has never been part of this survey, what their thoughts are and what are they doing around a sustainable and ethical procurement on their side. Is there anything that you are doing, colleagues? What would you like to know around ethical and sustainable procurement? Send your questions out there. I will be starting with Dr. Faith Mashele, talking about sustainability and ethical supply chain. So let me tell you who Dr. Faith is. Faith, she is a PhD graduate. That's why we call her Dr. Faith. And she is a procurement executive with extensive work experience in the procurement field in supply chain. She became one of the 12 South African professionals to gain the prestigious fellow in terms of FSIPS status by SIPS, which is a senior advocate status for the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. Like I said, she's a seasoned chartered procurement supply chain professional, and she continues to share her expertise as keynote speaker, as a thought leader in supply chain as well. And she has been recognized previously on different platforms in terms of the work that she's doing. So Faith, thank you so much for joining us this morning for the discussion on ethical and sustainable supply chain. I think from my side, I really try to make it easy as well so that I can bring the context of where we are. Secular supply chains. We've been talking about secular and ethical supply chain. I think, before we start with our conversation, I want to move away from the corruption report that we did and the survey that we had conducted with the professionals. We have seen that corporate awareness of sustainable supply chains it has increased significantly in the recent years, and we've seen that many practitioners are really challenged, in discussing the efforts with the manufacturers, with the retailers, in order to ensure that we pursue sustainable goals. In terms of ensuring that performance is measured, and we can already start measuring what we are doing, how we are conducting ourselves with our partners out there. We have seen now that the attitude of consumers is also changing as well, which means that consumers are expecting more from the brands they buy than ever before. I know I had that high expectation in terms of my brands, and ethical supply chain is now a requirement within the economy. So as customers gain such awareness about the issues related to the environment, sustainability, and forced labor, looking at organizations are already demanding that supply chain meet a certain ethical standard. And I think that already puts a bit of pressure to supply chain professionals out there, because you have to look at environmental stewardship. That's one. You have to start looking at sustainable sourcing. You have to look at reducing waste, and you also look at better working conditions as well. So, Faith, I want us to dive into that. We only have obviously 20 minutes to discuss this beautiful subject of ethical supply chain. And I want you to share with us your thoughts around sustainability and how it has impacted the businesses.
Okay, first and foremost, thank you so much for the invite. What an honor it is to join a conversation, to join the voices of the many women, to amplify as a woman as well, in this month of August. Yes, one can argue that it shouldn't just be in August, but look, I always say, because there is this wave, it's actually a good time for women to come and stand. So Lebo, this is a great initiative. Kudos to you and the many women who are on this platform. So back to why I got the invite for today, which is ethical and sustainable supply chain. I think that this topic needs anchoring. So it's quite broad, because you can imagine that maybe in a layman's perspective, the question becomes, what are we talking about when we're talking about sustainable supply chain? So as a beginning, I'm one person who wants to say, let's define it. Let's understand what are we talking about. So I've got a couple of slides, but I want to start by saying, in a layman's perspective, sustainable supply chain is incorporating sustainability considerations into supply chains and procurement. So that's it. So when people think, I think it's commonly the people, planet, and the profits that we look at. So that is really what we're talking about when we're talking about sustainable supply chain. And from a people perspective, the question becomes, what is the impact of what business is or business activities are on society? When we're thinking about the planet, have we considered what our activities and how we conduct ourselves has, what is the impact on the planet, and also the profits? How do we then look at the profits? So in a nutshell, that's that. I don't know if you have the slides, which I want to quickly go through, but if in the absence of the slides, perhaps we can go into the questions. You can guide me there.
Are you sure?
I think it's easier that way. And again, you want to go that route?
Yeah, we can go that route. I think you can hit it off. You already started, so.
Okay, cool. So if the slides, I don't know if the slides are showing, but it's fine. In any case, so I'm one person, when I talk about a topic, you talking about a topic, it's one thing to come across and say I'm an expert because I've got experience in this space. I actually talk about me being the best of having the best of both worlds. One, having worked in the private sector and the public sector, so bringing those two to say, what does supply chain or procurement look like from those two perspectives, and also to say as a professional, right, and having the license to operate, because I'm a fellow at SIPS. Then you bring the practical elements to it, and also from an academic perspective, you're able to also pull that, because my studies were in sustainable procurement. So my topic today is maybe asking the question to say, why should we care? Why does it matter at all if we're talking sustainable supply chain and ethical supply chain? So the first thing is we understand what the impact of supply chain is to business, how important it is for us to be able to deliver, right, on and support strategic objectives. We understand what happens if supply chains are not working. I mean, let's bring it back home and perhaps to this current context. When you're talking about COVID-19, right? This is the time, if ever there was a time where we needed to talk about sustainable supply chain, it is now. Why? We've spoken about, you have brought up the results of the survey that you conducted around corruption. I mean, we shouldn't even be rehashing that, because I feel like there has been such a wide coverage on what corruption in supply chain looks like. So that we're not talking about today, because you have the results, you've shared that with us. But then the other element is when we look at the impact of COVID, and when we're talking about what this has done to the economy, now more than ever, we should be understanding that whatever and how we buy should be thinking about how are we going to transcend the pandemic. Lebu, I'm thinking about and I'm going to pause after this opening remarks. So I'm thinking about how currently, I think about 2 days ago, there was a report that came out to say there's a new variant for COVID-19. So we are still very much in the pandemic. We need to come up with strategies to say, how do we transcend the pandemic? So hence I'm starting with the question to say, do we even understand why we should be caring, or why we should be talking like this? So I'll give it back to you if you want to ask questions now.
All right, I love that. Why should you really care? Why are we talking about sustainability? In your organization, do you care, and have you started thinking around sustainable supply chain colleagues? And do you know what it is? Or it's one of the things that you never even thought of, because if you haven't, now rather listen to this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you want to hear around sustainability in supply chain? Well, Faith, like you said, we have to start caring. Just tell me, how has sustainability impacted the business at this point in time?
At this point in time, I'm Lebu again, bringing back to practice, because I think it's easier when we simplify what we're talking about. So sometimes we pitch topics or conversations at a level where people cannot even relate. Hence, I said, if we apply a COVID-19 lens to it, it's more recent, and I think many of us can relate to the impact. So if we think about, in fact, there was an article or a study, it was an article rather, that came out last year where Harvard said COVID-19 has been a wake-up call for sustainable for supply chains, because nobody ever made provisions for a pandemic. We never thought that we would be, I mean, we always heard about how the future will happen, but it was 10 years. But then if you notice that, realize that some of us have been working at home for a very long time. Like this is a new way of doing things, right? So let's go back to that. What I think again, if you bring it back closer, we know what the impact has been on jobs and the economy. There is also an article that came out, I think 2 days ago, that said that we have now have the highest unemployment rate in the world, right? In the world. So that's one level to it. We've also nobody ever anticipated. I mean, when government did what it could, right, to say, okay, now we're locking and we have lockdown restrictions. There were shortages in demand, in supply, right? So from a supply chain perspective, the question, I mean, we're used to buying, and if I wanted, think about 3 years ago, if I wanted a laptop, you know, I could go to suppliers, and then you could choose and wait. But now when COVID hit, there was a time when everybody needed laptops, right? So that's another element. So I've spoken about the shrinkages to the economy. I've spoken about the impact to employment, and I've also spoken about shortages in supply. One other thing that we've had to do during this time was also start building relations, right? There was a heavy reliance on suppliers because we didn't know where we would get this. And then we also started thinking about how do we then build reserves, which is something that wasn't there in the past.
Yeah, you had it. COVID has already challenged us all. Now seeing the importance of sustainability, why it really, really matters, and how it has impacted the businesses. But tell me, what are some of the challenges? And I hear you, and sustainability is very critical, Faith. But the question is, what are the challenges that limit the effort to put in by supply chains to improve sustainability? Because I think everyone is saying that probably they may think that it's very costly to that's exactly, that's one of the challenges that I can think of. But what are those, and let's pick, supply chains. In terms of improving sustainability, what are some of the challenges that you are aware of that most organizations think exist, trying to even avoid or trying to limit being accountable with regards to sustainable supply chains?
Okay, I like the fact that you've already spoken about the cost element, because people always assume that if I were to switch to an environmentally friendly view or perspective. So for instance, I'm going to also tap back into past life. I remember there was a time where we were trying to get in supplies for a canteen, right? I work for an organization, and of course, like any other organization, back then when we used to have canteens, when last was I sitting in a canteen? Actually just missed that. But in any case, back in the day, I remember we were trying to then buy something as simple as styrofoam cups, and having to go through the option and being told, no, we think it's cheaper to go with this one without necessarily going through the environmentally friendly ones. Back then, perhaps you had the luxury too, but like I said, fast forward to 2021, when we're talking about global warming, right? We need to consider the environment. I mean, it may be cheaper today, but in the long run, it is expensive. And again, maybe if I can tap into also an example of just a practical example of how that considering a sustainable procurement makes sense. So from an environmental perspective, again, there is so as part of the organization that I work for, so I'm wearing an Nedbank hat today. There is a drive, right, for us to support SDG goals. So and our business is focused on looking at how do we conserve energy, and we reduce the cost around that. So initially, and at the beginning, the initial investments becomes high because, I mean, it's something that you put up front. But then on an ongoing basis, you're actually able to see how having environmentally friendly toilet or energy conserving toilets, for instance, saves water, right? So yes, expensive here, but in the long run, we're able to see the benefits. So that's the one element when I talk about the planet. But then when it comes to the social aspect of it, Lebo, when we talk in sustainability, let's bring it back to where we are in South Africa. What does it mean to have a history of apartheid? What does it mean to have what you call a population that is marginalized, with the importance of using resources to make sure that we all can participate in the economy. So the importance of uplifting small businesses, the importance of having deliberate programs that where you be able to increase participation, or be able to bring in Black, we call it Black, right? Because we are Black, and we because we are on an African platform. So what I'm talking is not foreign at all. So how does it look like if business supports those kind of efforts? So that is, you've asked about the challenges, but I'm also saying, yes, the challenge, but let's put an angle to say, but what are the benefits when we transcend and we understand why we need to do it? And hence I'm saying, for me, it's more the question of why should we care? So it's when sometimes we focus on the challenges and we all make this and amplify the noise around the challenges more than just looking at what are the benefits. If we were perhaps to pause and say, let's do this right, what would we gain in the end? So to your question around challenges, I'm putting what the benefits are.
All right, now I like that. So that tells me that, I mean, if you are giving advice to a procurement person out there, you are really in fact saying that start looking at the commodities that you are procuring. Look at the long-term effects of that commodity. Now start switching, start thinking of those specific commodities that you can switch as well, or maybe their formulation as well. We have to start rethinking around, probably even redesigning. I mean, that's my thought. I'm not an engineer, but I'm just thinking that if you have an engineer out there and really say, let's start now thinking, redesigning, re-engineering as well, as part of the process, and just making sure that you look at the long-term sustainability, the long-term impact of using certain commodities or manufacturing certain commodities as well, because these are long-term, subject we should be focusing on as business. Is that what you are in fact saying? That now procurement, irrespective of which industry you are at, we must start thinking of that. It could be from food, it could be from equipment, and but just about everything.
Correct. In fact, when you look at the beauty about the work that we do, Lebo, you know this, right? With procurement, we buy anything. I always say, when you think about procurement, everything that you're seeing on the screen, I mean, look at your jacket, your glasses, even the banner behind you, somebody had to buy that. The breakfast that you had this morning, I mean, that is a process of buying. But then when you bring it to the corporate side of things, everything, I mean, the microphones, the laptops, everything that we're looking at, the office spaces, the desks, that is procurement, or that is supply chain. So the beauty about it is we've got a range of commodities and that we can choose from and make those conscious considerations. So it's not like a select few where we can say, okay, no, we're not touching the space because we know that these suppliers are not gonna budge, but it's just to say, within the wide range that we have, which ones will get us to the results, which ones will allow us to achieve those objectives.
All right. Now I want to move now to the next step. Let's assume that you've identified some commodities. So I'm a procurement person out there, specialist, and I want to start implementing this. Is there, what strategies should I follow around that? Is there a specific strategy that I follow? What should be the thought process around it? I know, like you're saying, that at the top, it must start with the business anyway, as part of our business strategies. But now I'm a procurement specialist right now, and I have to start putting this beautiful strategy together that needs to be implemented. How do I start with that process?
So the one thing around this is there isn't a one size fits all approach. And why I'm saying that is organizations differ, right? So perhaps we can pick a few where we're saying, let's look at an industry like, okay, I'm going to pick the ones that I've worked in. Let's think about construction, for instance. Let's think about my very first job or introduction to supply chain was working for the Department of Public Works. So the Department of Public Works is into infrastructure projects. There is an opportunity there to say, when we're talking, again, I said sustainability, let's not think of just the styrofoam or the energy conserving toilets that I spoke about, which could be again an extreme end for other people. I mean, other people do not have toilets at this time, and we're talking about toilets that save energy. So I'm saying there are two extremes, and you can imagine if I was talking to a more mature space where I'm saying, let's talk about energy, let's talk about the lights. It's easier to go that direction to say, let's focus on these things. But then if we go back to just an ordinary day-to-day space, I was talking about the public works, for instance. Let's think about the infrastructure projects. Let's think about how do we make rules that will allow us to get more Black people or going into these spaces. What efforts are we going to make sure that we increase our impact on job creation? So these are some of the things where as you approach it, you're saying, what am I working with? So you ask for a strategy. So the question is always, okay, what do I have? The what, right? What do I have? What do I want to achieve? Right? And then what the why is very clear. I mean, we've already addressed the why is it important to do that, right? And then the question becomes the how. The how then becomes, do my policies even allow me to do this, right? So we also need to, one element that we need to bring as we're talking sustainable procurement and ethical procurement is, do we have an enabling environment that allows us to do this. And the one aspect there is a big aspect to it is having flexible approaches, having flexible policies that are deliberate to say, these are the things that we're going to do, because as we implement sustainability, and because it's so novel and new and it's different to what we're used to, we're also attracting what? Audit, right? Audit compliance. Are you allowed to do that? So hence I'm saying the one piece that is required in terms of going forward is make sure that you have an enabling environment that allows you to do that. Make sure that you're very clear that you are able to do it by looking at the what do you have, and then also the how becomes can I do this perhaps through programs, providing technical support. So those are the three building blocks that I would put forward.
All right, you got that. It's very important for organizations to have sustainable supply chains. Do you have a sustainable supply chain? Are you rethinking of having a sustainable supply? Are you starting to think of switching some of your sourcing that you are doing in terms of your products, in terms of your commodities? We are speaking to Dr. Faith Mashele on ethical and sustainable supply chain. To the audience, if you got any questions to her, please make sure that you send them on the chat box. Tell us, where are you coming from? What challenges are you facing as in an organization when it comes to sustainable supply chain? Are you that service provider that has been told that, listen, we are not going to buy from you because we want to minimize waste as an organization? Do you want to know how you can do that? How the supply chain professionals and what is expected of you as that manufacturer, as a service provider? Is that the biggest challenge? I mean, talking about this, Faith, it just reminds me of the issue of the straws. Remember how much we used to use plastic straws? And then how we always use the plastics as well in the shopping. Now we're starting to use shopping bags now. And that's really, for me, around sustainability now. We have seen a lot of straws in the shores, and there's like a couple of years been thrown in there. And that's one of the reasons we're looking at sustainable procurement now. We have seen now with our shopping now, we're talking about sustainability. You get to Woolworths, you get into any of the other shops, you have to start buying handbags. What is it? Not handbags, shopping bags.
Plastic bags, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Plastic.
There is no plastic anymore. So that's all part of sustainability, colleagues. So now moving to another point, Faith, it's really around now, let's talk about ethical supply chains. And the question is not really around the events that are happening, but it's really around how ethical supply chain supports the businesses. How do you, according to you, are ethical supply chains supporting the businesses? And I think there's a lot of things, and for an example that I speak of, it's just, let me give you an example, like a reputation. And a reputation. And when I'm speaking of reputation already, looking at the example, the report that we have done is around the reputation of the supply chain profession. And that reputation is very, very critical to really saying that people would not consider supply chain as that strategic nature if its reputation is already tainted. Us as human beings, our reputation really, really, really is very important in this process in terms of how we do our work out there. And really, it speaks to ethical supply chain. So what are the other elements should we really consider? Why is ethical supply chain very critical for us?
Ethical supply chain is at the heartbeat of every good business. Yes. So again, maybe at a macro level, let's go back to examples. So let's go back to practical examples. We all remember a time where we were concerned about Moody's rating, right? And what it means, junk status. Remember, it was so all of these things, these are terms that we hear, but we don't really understand what it means. So there are a number of elements and factors that go behind that rating. But at the end of the day, one of it is about understanding whether we can trust you, whether we can do business with you. So that's at a high level, micro economic perspective. But that's macro perspective. So come back to just the day to day. So if you know something bad, right, you wouldn't want to associate with a brand that you are uneasy with. So ethics are also about that, to say, ethics inspire stakeholder confidence. Your stakeholders can trust you. When I got the call to say, come to speak at African Women in Supply Chain Association, I said, of course. Why? Because I know what you guys are about. In fact, I only got the what later, but I had already signed up. So we're talking about inspiring stakeholder confidence. That's the one thing that's important. But then the second piece is I'm just doing good, right? Doing things the right way. And there is always, so this is the one quote that I always close with, is like, there's always an opportunity to do the right thing if the right thing is being done in the first place, right? So we need to make sure that ethics talk to that we can trust the reputation. You spoke about the license to operate label. We are now in a pandemic. Imagine when you're needing oxygen and you go to somebody who's maybe masquerading as a doctor. That person might kill you. That person is risking your life. So we want to be able to go to a space where I know, look, I need help, but I'm not even concerned about who's going to touch me because I'm at a reputable space, in a space that I can trust. The same goes to supply chain. We need to get people who've got the license to operate, people that we can trust, and that as I'm speaking, right, people are now thinking, oh, I can listen to her because I know that she has done the work. So that's the one thing. So you've spoken about reputation, and I think it's one thing that we need. But the last piece that I want to put in as a contributing factor in business is having good governance also saves us from making mistakes that are so obvious and costly at the end.
All right. And I'm just thinking around all of those things always boils down to the bottom line of the business. Because, if you start looking at ethical supply chains, it goes back to the reputation, the brand reputation. It goes back to boosting the bottom line of the business. Like you said, you always look at who you are doing business with, because it's very important, building long-term loyalty, the relationships that we are building. And I love the relationships part, because you're going to be talking about supplier relationship management as part of the dialogues, part of the interviews today, and having a better customer experience as well, which is one of the things that we don't necessarily look at when you're talking about sustainable supply chain. But now, Rose, now Faith, now I'm calling you Rose, which is one of my team members already. I think I've been talking to Rose like every second for the past few days. And Faith, let's talk about our global supply chains. I mean, every question and every discussion that we have around here is really around how dynamic and how mind-boggling, the global supply chains and today's global supply chain in totality. They are all complex. They are mind-boggling. So how do we make this a reality? Because I'm sitting here and I'm saying, let's wrap up. And how do we ensure that we make this a reality? How do we make sure that we ensure compliance at the same time? Because anyone and everyone sitting here is just already thinking that how do we make this a reality? And I'm pushing this challenge already to procurement specialists, to organizations that are manufacturers out there, and I said, start rethinking sustainability, start rethinking circular supply chains, start thinking ethical supply chains. And from your side, I want you to help us reach that reality. Can you just wrap up and just tell us how do we ensure that we make this a reality? Considering that we have this mind-boggling and complex supply chains.
I think maybe the takeaway, because we are out of time, it just in 3 simple tips, that you can have and use and practical. I'll say the first thing is we need to be able to balance between effectiveness, efficiencies, right, and compliance. So sometimes we look at this is the very stringent way of doing things that we actually miss the practicality of doing it, right? So that's the first thing. I would say that the second thing would be also to have flexible approaches. I suppose it leads to the previous comment to say, let's take away the red tape. If we are always going to use a one-size-fits-all approach, we're not going to get to the end. I spoke about an example of the toilets that can save water to an area that does not even have that. So let's make sure that we have flexible approaches that talk to this to the current context, that are able to get us to the next step. And then lastly, I suppose we need to make sure that whatever that we're doing unlocks access to resources for society, unlocks access so that more businesses can participate. Now more than ever, we need to make sure that this is a reality within our lifetime.
All right, you heard it from Dr. Faith Mashele. Colleagues, have you got any questions to Dr. Faith Mashele? I know she will just log in for a few minutes, then she can respond to some of your questions. Please send your questions on the chat box, and I'm just checking. There's a question from Edith, and she's saying that most organizations have policies and procedures in place. However, adherence to policy, those policies are not monitored, which is the key area when it comes to ethical, supply chain. How do we advise a lot of professionals out there that are really facing the same challenge, that there is all these beautiful policies, procedures, but someone's just deciding that let us not follow those? I think that's really exactly what is leading to this unethical, procurement and so forth. And it's a good comment. I'm not sure if there's anything that you want to say around that, with policies, procedures, and not being able to follow that.
Edith, I agree. There's no point in having a nice policy that does not talk to it. Sometimes it could be an issue of what I was talking about, to say we have this one size fits all approach, and this is not really working for our context. Are we able to interpret those standards and say, let me make an example, Edith. I spoke about the fact that I used to work for public works. I now work for a commercial bank. I mean, those two are sitting in two extreme ends, right? And I cannot use whatever rules that I use in commercial banks in that space of infrastructure or public works. So you would find that if you were to use the same standards or policies in this environment, someone is not going to comply. Why? Because they're frustrated. This does not talk and they cannot relate to it. So our role as professionals, our role as supply chain practitioners is to make sure that we assist our stakeholders, that we are able to walk and hold their hands and are able to interpret this for them so that they understand. So there's also effort that is needs to come from our side as people who understand it better, to then make it in an easier language. And I think the beauty about what we do is take this complex space and be able to simplify it for the next person. So when you talk supply chain procurement, it sounds so complicated, but when you say procurement is about, think about the bread that you had to buy this morning, think about the hair that you had to buy, think about the neck piece. That is now making it practical for somebody to say, I understand what you mean. And I mean, if I'm buying my neck piece, I can buy it from anywhere, really. I can choose to go to an expensive mall, or I can go to a flea market where I want to support local women who are making this, right? And I would say, okay, cool, I'm choosing the local women because it makes sense to me, because that's my money. Nobody's asking me to account. But then if you are using an organization's budget, you cannot just go anywhere. You need to make sure that, one, there are rules. So two, there must be a process that we can be audited and we are able to account. So if we can simplify it, Edith, I think that is one way of us helping to improve the compliance.
Indeed. And I think it also goes back to the recommendations that has been coming through, that we need to professionalize supply chain. We need to ensure that in terms of managing this unethical behavior, we start operating, having a council, like the reporting that with medical council, there is, the medical doctors, they are operating within a certain framework. The same with finances. We know that SAICA, from the South African perspective, South African Institute of Chartered Accountant, most of the chartered accountants are really accountable to that from the reporting. So I think then it will start pushing towards adherence of policies and procedures as well. And I think one of the things that, looking at this question that really came about was towards that. Part of what we should be doing now is start blacklisting people that are not adhering to policies and procedures. It's always very exciting when having these conversations. Everyone has got a view in terms of how we should be complying, but at the end of the day, we have a profession that we need to protect. And it is a very important profession in the industry, in the country as well, because we are the foundation, we are the enablers of various value chains. I have been speaking to Dr. Faith Mashele. Doctor, thank you for joining us for these questions. We are talking ethical and sustainable supply chains. If you have any questions, please pop them on our chat box. And colleagues, we are live on LinkedIn, we are live on Facebook, we are also live on Zoom. Dr. Faith Mashele, thank you for joining us. It has been a pleasure having this conversation. Yes, we are definitely going to ensure that we are sustainable and let's start having a different thought process around sustainability in our country. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us as we prepare to have our next speaker. You have heard it the past few sessions that we had. We had Radu, who has been talking to us around reimagining our supply chains and focusing on excellence. And we have just spoken to Dr. Faith Mashele, and we said that as supply chain professionals, let us fight corruption in procurement in our business, because it's our aim. Fighting corruption in procurement is our business. In supply chain, every procurement professional, that is our business. So please make sure that you become part of this movement. Make sure that on your side, you instill ethical practices in how you procure from the sustainability perspective to how you are doing your work. Let's make sure that we become vocal and we do not condone any corruption in our countries and in our companies, in our procurement as well. So as we prepare, then we move to our next speaker, colleagues. We have had a very, very insightful sessions already. We are going on our third speaker who will be joining me now. We have a panel. Yesterday, we've had a lot of conversations around digital transformation, what automation really means for supply chain, and what we should be doing and what we should be looking forward to as well, because it's one critical element as well in terms of what we are doing. I think we've said it as well, Radi said it, and he said that technology is one of the levers in terms of the work that we are doing. And today we are talking around digital transformation in logistics and how we need to optimize that, how do we move towards that, and reviewing various transport management solutions. And for that, I'm joined by two colleagues, Mr. Honelomshe and Mr. Mark Lishe. Colleagues, where are you? Thank you for joining us this morning.
Hi, Lebo, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Excellent.
Hello, Mark. All right, so you can see Mark is also Lihlohonolo Day. So it is Mark. All right. Colleagues, thank you for joining us. We are speaking of digital transformation in logistics. How do we move towards that? And I know there's a lot of exciting work that you're doing in transport management solutions. And I'm really keen to hear a lot of what you are doing in that area, because I know that in logistics, and one of the things that we're looking at is how we optimize our logistics. How do we get visibility as well in terms of the logistics environment? So I would really want to from my side, get to introduce who we are. Part of this panel, a lot of people have been asking yesterday, why technology? What digital technology we focusing on some of the conversations that we had. And I've heard a lot of people asking the questions, how do we move towards transitioning towards supply chain technology? And one of the things that you raised, there's so much of an interest to really understand how we get to automate as well for supply chain, look at various areas, I don't know, from procurement and all the way to logistics, then we have to have a good discussion around that. So colleagues, let me introduce Letlhogonolo. Letlhogonolo is the managing director at Atara, and it's a software solutions company that SAPS and Department of Home Affairs integrated. They provide solutions that customers require the flow enforcement of mobile devices, including electronic proof of delivery from order to invoicing, and it's end-to-end in terms of supply chain, looking at transport and logistics. It also focuses on electronic proof of service in the job carding environment and access control of visitor management for corporate office parks, as well as industrial or commercial sites. So they're creating the visibility, they enable that process to have on their side. And then Mark, he is a director of Nimbus Solution, an organization that's providing software solution to the transport and logistics industry with a specific focus on TMS, which is transport management solutions. So the passion of the business is defined by providing those solutions that ensure continuous improvement through optimization and identification of opportunities in the transport operational life cycle. And I love this because Mark and Letlhogonolo, the one thing that we have seen for the past few years, I think, with supply chain is one area whereby when we speak of optimization, we speak around various areas of saving costs. We always have to look at procurement professionals. We always have to look at the logistics professionals out there that really needs to ensure that we save costs, for the organization. It's really around optimization. It's around ensuring that we get automation as well in the industry. But what we are seeing as well, and I'm just painting the picture, is that every day, I think you have been listening, we're talking about the dynamic nature of supply chain. So everything is changing. And now just about everything is moving towards technology. You have seen since COVID, since the pandemic, everything is on, a lot of items are online. Which means that even our reliance, I think we're becoming very lazy going to the shops when we do our shopping. And that's a small example that I'm using. But there's a lot of dynamic areas that we look in terms of artificial intelligence, robotics in the industry as well. And all of those are already impacting the logistics sector. We are also looking at driverless trucks as well. We don't have that yet in South Africa, but it is coming. We have seen all those samples. But that's really where the logistics industry is heading up to, the transport sector itself. That's where we are heading up to, the entire supply chain. Let me tell you, when I was a buyer a couple of years ago, I used to push a lot of paper. Every order, then you can just imagine the pile of papers that I used to have as a buyer. But now the ERP solutions has made it easy to automate. You automate, you have information in terms of that procurement that you're doing. You can get the reports as well. You can start managing the lead times at the same time. But now let's move to the logistics, which is part of what we are talking about now. Logistics cost also continues to be now the main factor in manufacturing organization, because if the costs are too high, the price is too high as well. So it's one of the things that you want to look at. But at the same time, organizations that are moving or they are transporting, you want the visibility in terms of where the products are, because from the risk perspective, you want to see where you're coming, because it's money around that. That is why we also have insurances in that process. So I really want us to talk about that shifting towards digital transformation in the logistics industry. Let's talk about the evolvement. Maybe before we even get to the transport management solution that you are offering, Mark, if you can just give us a context of, what is this shifting? What is this digital transformation that you are talking about in the logistics industry? I think I've tried to paint the picture across from procurement and, from being paper pushers, now creating this visibility in the industry to be able to optimize. What is this digital transformation that we are talking about?
So it's basically the drive for visibility. I don't want to mute you. So whenever we engage with a transport company, the big challenge is once you've dispatched your driver, then you hope and pray that he follows instructions and carries out what he's supposed to do. And then you need to phone them and ask them, where are you? Have you arrived? What time did you arrive? What is your odor reading? What have you delivered? Are there any challenges with the delivery or the loading process? And what we promote is that you need that visibility in real time and set standards. So if you say it'll take me 20 minutes or an hour to load a load at this site, and make sure that it doesn't take more than what it's supposed to take. And trigger an alert immediately. We're busy with a cash and transit company right now who plan 53 stops a day, and they believe they can do a stop in 7 minutes, but it can't be done in 7 minutes, which means they're planning overtime, and in the next breath they will complain about the huge cost of the overtime. But clean and absolute data allows you to make those decisions correctly and continuously say, if I shave a minute off here, I can get another drop in it for the day, and the benefits comes from that. But it means that you have real-time visibility, digital information.
So you're in fact saying that, I mean, I'm listening to your example that you're providing, Mark, that this area of being faster, more efficient, and more versatile. And that's what, in fact, what you're talking about, that, when we shift towards digital transformation, it really speaks to really be more efficient, be more versatile as well. And now I want to now move towards logistics, because now, being that agile and being versatile now in the transport sector now, what is this digitization in the logistics sector? I mean, like we said, the logistics is getting more digital by the day. And I think we've always said that, traditionally, we've always, there's an element of always changing, look at startups as well that are trying to disrupt the industry as well. And we've always seen that technological innovation is at the forefront for each and every organization. So now let's talk about logistics itself and digitization in logistics. What elements should we really be looking at in the logistics environment? And maybe you can just tap onto that.
On what the point that Mark just said, we aim, or digitalization aims to make companies be leaner, meaning everything from order to invoicing needs to be transparent. Because as you were saying at the opening of your remarks, that costs are everything in a company. So to digitize, it means that you are overseeing everything at a view within your company. From your revenue, on it, live revenue, you are able to see exactly what's going on. Your cost implications in terms of operations. Because just in my days as a controller, right? I'll go back just a bit. Is that everything was via Excel and emails. You would lose orders for customers. Customers would be complaining that a certain truck has not arrived or it was not on time and so forth. When you go the route of being digital, you cannot lose. In other words, you have a relationship with your customers, where your customers are viewing everything that's happening within your operation. They know what time it's loading, and they see. In other words, you are able to say to your customers, these are the congestions in terms of your loading as my customer. So you are able to even improve your customers' operations. You are able to minimize on the lead time, and even at delivery as well, you are even able to improve with customers. So that's the beautiful thing about transparency in terms of it being digital, seeing everything live, integrity of the data, it's quite important.
So, and I want us, we're going to go back to that point, and so what you are saying, that if you're talking about digitizing logistics, you're speaking to various areas, one being order management, being scheduling, looking at the loading, and other areas, because, I want everyone, I think there's logistics people out there or organizations that are really thinking that, listen, I want an efficient transport management solution for my organization that will give me a clear visibility in terms of the end-to-end process. But they are still probably having the same question of, where do I start? How do I do it? Which areas should we look at? Because now I want us to tap to that, just being specific. Order management, scheduling, loading, invoicing, the entire end-to-end process.
Absolutely. And know exactly what is happening throughout that process. So a term that we often use is a single version of the truth. So once these systems mature, your customer, so you're loading, the person that you're loading at, your driver, your controller, your management, your delivery customer, all have a single version of the truth. So there's the argument goes away as to, well, you're delaying my trucks or your trucks are late, because we all know exactly what happened. And once you stop hiding from each other, you're all driving towards the same goal. And then nobody wants to be seen as a bad apple. Everybody wants to be contributing towards the success of the whole chain, generally speaking. And that is what digitization and that's what visibility allows you to achieve.
All right. So then I want to go back. Lefrona, you indicated areas pertaining to cost optimization and really improving the operations of various organizations looking at transparent. What are the other benefits of digital transformation in logistics? Because after the benefits, I really want to understand from your side, which solutions have you got that are specifically looking at this transformation, that looks at the end-to-end transport management, integration from the logistics perspective. But for now, I want to know, what other real benefits can we really derive from digital transformation in the logistics?
Okay, I'll step by step level. So as you can see, real-time dashboards. I know people like hopping onto dashboards. But if the data is correct, the real-time dashboard, so this is not dashboards that end of the month, this is real-time data, what's going on currently in your company. So order management, in terms of you are able to create orders or even your customers importing orders into the TMS system. So you are able even to route optimization. In other words, you are even to chart out a route, the cost-effective route for your trucks. So you are able to manage that. In other words, if a driver off-ramps on what you have structured for them in terms of route, an alert is given to you, you are able to ultimately tackle that as an organization, right? Planning is crucial in logistics. So you are able to plan outright everything from, as I said, order to invoicing. You are able to plan routes, plan which trucks, which drivers. You are even able to see specifically time trips or time sheets for drivers. In other words, I want to put this element in, fatigue of drivers. Drivers are overutilized. We all know that in logistics. Now, with this particular TMS solution, you are even able to optimize your drivers in terms of breaks, where they need, how long they've been in. They can't manipulate their trip sheets. Trip sheets optimized, so you are able to manage their health and accidents are decreased, right? Trip progress. Trip progress, it's beautiful, this particular TMS system. Trip progress from out of the depot, you know how long it will get to a customer. The entire loading process, it's captured. The entire process of going to your clients and offloading. And once they offload and the supervisor of loading signs on the dotted line of the EPOD, it's live. No wait, no losing of paper. In other words, you don't wait end of the month or end of the trip, your EPOD, it's there in an instant. That's the beauty part of it. So this thing of you going to a customer because an EPOD is lost, that's no longer there, right? Driver shifts, as I said, important to drivers. They know what time they called into work, when they came out of work, that's recorded. Refueling. Remember, we are able to even integrate with your refueling systems where you are able to see on our dashboards your fueling, and even when there are mistakes, you are able to see that. Reports to refuel, to planning. It's a whole range of reports that you get. In other words, the value of the solution is an overall for your business. as I said, live reports, load reports, revenue, transaction status of everything that happens. Proof of delivery.
It's an end-to-end. It's in fact an end-to-end. It's an end-to-end. And that's exactly the transparency and the visibility that is needed. You know, I want to tap onto one area because and what we're talking about already is some of the elements that have been coming up in logistics, really getting to understand how we're managing our fleet as well, how we're managing our loads from the outbound logistics perspective. And at the same time, and I look at this digital transformation, now link it now to the careers perspective. And what skills should logistics personnel have now on specifically in technology? Because now it's very imperative that when you're coming as a logistics provider, but at the same time, if I'm a specialist on the other side, I need to develop certain digital skills to be part of this integration. What skills can you recommend to specific logistics specialists out there to possess, to be able to understand and be part and parcel of this transformation?
I would recommend data analytics is quite importantly, because data is for logistics is the new fuel. So data analytics is quite important, and be versatile out there. In other words, be open to learn in terms of this developers out there looking to teach people. You don't have to be a full developer just to understand certain aspects of being a developer, data analytics, as I said, and be willing to move to different departments as an individual. So what, especially when it comes to young people, for instance, not just professionals, young people shouldn't just focus on a particular route. Be willing as you grow to be able to diversify yourself. Don't look at one aspect. Logistics, it's huge and complex. So being able to be, and it's I don't want to say exactly which courses they must go into. All I'm saying is be open to possibilities. Be open to diversity. I don't know if Mark wants to add something like that.
I think you had that data analysis. You want developers out there. Those are some of the skills that we need to process in supply chain as we are transitioning and getting more and more technology embroiled in our environment. I know most of you have asked the questions, what kind of skills and what kind of new possibilities can we start looking at in terms of our professions, specifically that we are talking about digital transformation in supply chain management. You had that data analysis and being a developer as well. I think those are some of the skills that we need to start putting on our curricula, specifically for supply chain, because it's one area that I know that we never really focused on. From the supply chain management perspective, but because now this, with the dynamic nature and all the changes that are happening and technology taking over, it is very crucial for us to be able to do that. Mark, you've been in the logistics, in the transport management solution for a while already. How has the transition, what are your thoughts about the transition? What has happened into where we are? And in terms of thought leadership around that, where do you think we're going to be at in the next few years?
Oh, that's actually been very interesting. I would say 7-8 years ago, there was a huge resistance to the electronic signature, for instance. Whereas today, everybody's embraced that. And I think the big change was when the retailers embraced it, when the retailers accepted the electronic signature rather than insisting on a wet signature. So that was, for instance, that was one of the big things, because effectively that signature means it's a currency. It's what you're going to get paid on. And now you're trying to get rid of that one thing that your whole life depends on. And also the resistance to sign for it has gone away. And one of the big things is that every single person in South Africa has at least one cell phone. A lot of people have 2 cell phones. So the driver adoption we find is absolutely phenomenal. It's so easy to assume that the driver will struggle with an app on the phone to execute the workflow. And actually the easiest part of this, the drivers are the easy ones. It's the controllers and the management teams that need to embrace the new technology. It's not the driver per se. Yeah, I think those were interesting experiences.
All right. I mean, 70% of supply chain professionals and supply chain execs, they're in fact planning to use artificial intelligence or intelligent automation for demand management and also forecasting in the next few years. And that's where we are heading up to. From the supply chain perspective, because we want to make sure that we build the smarter supply chains. And I think that's what we always talk about, building stronger and smarter supply chains, you know, in the industry as well. And I think one of the things that we spoke around was visibility and predictable demand that we require as a business, looking at workflows and really looking at organizational responsiveness as well. So is there any add-on that you have in terms of artificial intelligence? Because that's what we execs in supply chains are looking at, and we are saying that we need to adopt that in the business, the importance of it for those that already has not even had a thought process around it in terms of their digital strategies in the companies. What are your thoughts around artificial intelligence?
Definitely the future. And in two dimensions. The one is route optimization and getting the best resources, most cost-effective scheduling and routing of the trucks. But the next level is identifying constraints. You know, what is preventing the operation from optimizing? Is it the customer reaction? Is it the speeds that the drivers travel at or don't travel at? Is it loading, overloading, underloading? So actually this morning, in my discussion with one of the developers that is really clued up with AI, brought it up and said, great, we can optimize the routing, you know, what loads on what truck at what time, but what are the constraints? And AI allows you to pick that out. You know, it'll highlight that you're constantly having challenge in a certain way. Obviously, the trends are more important than, you know, individual cases. If one customer one day delays a loading process, it will happen. But if it continuously happens, it's identifying those trends and eliminating them out of the system completely.
Understood. All right. So there's a question that's coming up. Is there any system out there that that can be used to utilize to check the available orders national to take advantage of, or in order to reduce the trucks traveling long distance without a load?
It's eliminating empty loads. That is the core of any system. Any load that you can prevent from returning empty is the ideal. And like a reverse auction is an option as well. So if there are loads that people have and there are transporters that are looking for loads, why not share that information, even if it's just cost recovery? So rather avoid the empty loads. It is fundamental to a system that we would promote anyway.
So my question, I think the question more really, is there that system in terms of that could be utilized? Maybe you can just share the insight about it. How does it work? Because I think that's very important from the efficiencies and saving costs. I think we're always looking at ensuring that we don't come back, you know, empty with all our loads, and we want to optimize around that. So maybe you can just share some insights around that, Mark.
It's collaboration. We have a specific transporter that does a lot of work between Durban and Joburg, and Joburg and Maputo, and they have people constantly focusing and talking on their subcontractors. So if the subcontractor has a load coming back from Durban, but they need a load going down to Durban, that collaboration then happens. So it is collaboration. The system allows you to share that. So if I've got an order and another transporter is looking for an order, I can share the orders provided we're on the same platform or are prepared to talk to each other. So the first thing is communication, and then obviously it's sharing the information and the collaboration between transporters.
All right. So there is a way to collaborate, colleagues, in those areas, and because it's very important for us. SyncPoint is partnering with the colleagues here to ensure that, as you are aware, that we've been supporting the entrepreneurs in the transport sector. And one of the things that you are focusing on is looking at optimization and having the tools and the systems that can support in that regard. So that also with the trucks, with looking at the loads as well, we are able to get and have to focus on those reverse various options and you don't come back empty-handed as well from whichever route that you are taking. So the system is there. It can be utilized as well by different clients, especially for small clients. I think it's very important for small businesses as well that can really benefit from a system like this. So information on that we can always provide. And there is a question from Neo and say, which software is best to manage the mode of transport and the routes as well? As you're aware that the transport sector has different modes of transport, road, rail, maritime, and so forth. Is there one software which is integrated for all the modes? Is there a specific software that is used only for road freight or for rail, or is it integrated? So I think the question is more that, is there a specific one that you use for various modes in the industry?
We basically focus on road transport. We haven't done any work on rail. In the South African context, rail is really dominated by Transnet. So I can only talk for road freight. Let's level back to what you said earlier on, and I think that is what really got us excited when we started talking to your organization, is that there's definitely an opportunity to collaborate in this environment. Because why not share information rather than let trucks run empty? And one of the key things that Leonolo and me discuss a lot in the context of your organization or in this forum is absolutely that opportunity to collaborate and benefit from it.
All right, indeed. So colleagues, we're always talking about digital transformation. What are your challenges? What are you looking at? Are you struggling in optimizing your loads on your site? Are you looking for a solution for that? I think the most important part is understanding whichever solution that you use. We are looking at the solution that is giving you the real-time information, increasing efficiencies for your business. We are looking at systems that can reduce errors, fewer goods lost in transit, improves your order to cash cycle, improving your data integrity, the transparency that you're looking at, complexity, and having informed decisions as organization. I think that's what you're looking at, because we are pushing towards transformation in supply chain management, and we want to have the visibility in terms of the loads, in terms of look at OTIF as well, managing the drivers as well, fuel efficiencies as well. Those are the areas that are very critical in the transport sector. So the systems are there. If you are considering a transport management solution, start thinking of the real benefits that you are looking at. And because it's very, very important that when you're optimizing, then we start looking at what is it that you want to achieve. But apart of all these nice things, colleagues, and I want us to wrap up on the conversation, let's talk about it. Every digital transformation has got challenges. What are those specific challenges? Because, we love technology. I love technology. But let us be honest about it. There are challenges that comes with technology. What are those? And so that, we have to be realistic in terms of what is happening in the technology space. What are those specific challenges that we should be aware of?
There were the main challenges that we face in the industry. It's people adoption. Remember, the solution is not just about the device and the software. So the buy-in of your staff, it's management, it's important. So that's where the challenges are essentially, because the solution is there. Integrating with customers in terms of invoicing, them lead times, that is in place. Adoption. So what we do as a company, we don't just give you the device and the soft solution and we are out of your hair. We hold you by the hand, because we need to reassure the staff, the staff, that we're not here to take away your salary. We're here to make your work efficient. We're here to help you. So the software, it must be simple and seamless when it goes through to your staff. And as executives and management, is for us to say, to reassure the company that we're here to assist you become better, expand. So mainly, what I would say is the issue is adoption by staff and mainly management.
and management. But what about integration? Because transport management solutions have to be integrated with various softwares in organizations, and we know the big software solutions that companies use, the ERP solutions out there, and external companies always come with TMS solutions. How integrated should it be? I think it's one of the challenges that I've seen, in the industry, that sometimes some of the transport management solutions that have been proposed do not integrate with the ERP solutions in the businesses. Have you seen that happening lately, or are we starting to improve from the software development perspective?
Yeah, integration has always been a big challenge. And I would say in the last 5 years, it's become a lot easier. Systems are a lot more open than what they used to be for integration. So integration is something that we would recommend everywhere. If you want to invoice, then you want to invoice out of your existing SAP or Sage Palladium system. So, and integration with tracking solutions, with the fuel solutions. So integrate. You can no longer run in an island. It has to be fully integrated with all the systems.
With now organization in closing, now I can just think that a lot of companies that are thinking around adopting a certain TMS solutions right now want to start going forward. If I were to build up a digital strategy, what are the key areas that companies should be looking at, specifically on the transport management side?
I think make the decision to do it, and then be prepared to go. It is disruptive. People have done something for the last 5, 10, 15 years, done it the same way. And in general, it works. So let's say a paper-based solution, it works. The customers are in business, they're sustainable. That change is disruptive. And the biggest cause of disruption is that everybody sees the same thing. The CEO suddenly sees that it takes so long to load a truck, and he'll question it and says, but my business is dependent on this being less time. And that question disrupts the whole business, because previously nobody asked the question because nobody saw it. Yes. So be prepared for the disruption. But once you're through it, then it takes all that pain away. Easy promise to make it, but it is a path that you need to work. Be prepared to work through.
All right. So Letohanelo, in wrapping up and from your side?
I would say learn to leverage technology. SMMEs, do not be afraid to take on digital transformation, because what you're thinking is it costs a lot. Remember the value it brings to your company, how it will expand and grow. So technology is there to increase and expand your company. That's my word.
All right, you heard it, colleagues. I'm talking about transport management solutions and digital transformation in logistics. We need it. We want to optimize our loads. We want to optimize our transport management systems. So we need to make sure that from where we are and really looking at optimization, looking at our costs, looking at efficiencies, looking at optimization, we want that visibility, transparency in terms of our end-to-end logistics. And when you start looking at the software, the best software solution to look at must focus on a whole lot of benefits around it, and also understand that you need a proper digital transformation strategy for the organization to be able to do that, build a proper business case around it. And if you look at digital transformation, and there should be the last comment from yours, specifically to yourself, Mark, and Letohanelo, is the issue of AfTA. We spoke around AfTA yesterday, Africa Free Continental Trade Area. And one of the areas that has been coming up in terms of what AfTA wants to achieve is an element of digital transformation in Africa as a whole, and looking at supply chain. What are your last thoughts around that? Then we can close out the discussion.
I was listening, and that's fantastic. Going into Africa, it's the vision. I mean, we need to assist our own continent to be in par with Europe. So that collaborations with such organizations, it's out of most importance that we collaborate and help Africa grow.
All right.
And connect to
Mark?
Sorry, I thought connectivity outside of South Africa is as good as it is here. In some instances, it may be even better. So connectivity shouldn't be an inhibitor to support the collaboration, cross-border collaboration. Absolutely, that should be part of the solution.
All right. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, colleagues. We've been talking about digital transformation in logistics industry. There is a way to optimize our costs, and really it's about having a solution, a transport management solution that can help you manage your logistics and an end-to-end, monitor the driver behavior, your fuel costs as well in terms of the industry. Mark, thank you for joining us on this discussion. And to the audience, if you have any questions that speaks to technology, please just send them through on the chat box. And again, we need technology in terms of part of us now revitalizing Africa in terms of the Africa-Free Continental Trade Area. Thank you, colleagues, for joining us for the discussion.
Thank you, Lebo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And as we are wrapping up again, if you are really starting to think around that, start reassessing your supply chains. And you have to now start looking at your vision towards digital transformation and start asking yourself some capability gaps that you should be focusing on as a business in 5 cross-cutting categories. 1 being data. Do we connect and generate all the data to enable whichever vision that we have in terms of transformation? Start thinking of analytics as well. Do we have analytical capabilities in the business to extract useful insights in terms of the information that we want? The software and the hardware, start thinking of the software and hardware systems that are available to enable the analytical process and the capability that the company requires to happen. Talent, which is very important. Do we attract, develop, and retain the digital native and the talent that is needed to run and transform our supply chains? It's very critical to really consider it, and the culture that is embedded on that, and also start thinking of processes as well. Do we have the right processes that need to be embedded across the supply chain sub-functions to be able to embed them in the technology that you require? So we have been talking about digital transformation in the logistics industry. Colleagues, if you have any questions, then you can then pop them to us. As we move along, we need technology in the logistics industry, in supply chain, we need that automation, we need that visibility. That's the only way for us to cut costs and to really optimize and be more efficient in our supply chain. And let's prepare ourselves for our next topic. And our next topics we'll be speaking to, we will be talking to Lerato Sibata on supply chain management when it comes to supplier relationships. We have to start looking at supplier relationships. Let me tell you something. Every time I go out there, I'm now on the other end as a service provider, Lerato, and I've been told a couple of times that, suppliers are the riskiest part, of the organizations, and that's what I always hear. And they're saying that you get a wrong supplier, then your company is going to go to nothing. And I always ask the question that why is that the case? That as suppliers, we always look at as the risky part of the businesses, but I also start looking at the element of building relationships as well. And I want us to talk about it in terms of risk management using within an SRM. Colleagues, let me introduce Lerato, who is part of our dialogue this morning. Ms. Lerato Sibata, who is a seasoned specialist with seasoned experience in the supply chain management. She has been involved in speaking, in facilitation, and she has worked across the ICT, FMCG, and the financial sector for more than 12 years. She has focused on strategic management as part of her qualifications, and is a speaker, like I said, and always participate in the platforms advocating on supply chain environment. And she has been nominated as one of the top 3 performing women in ICT Awards in 2017. Welcome, Lerato, and thank you for joining us this morning to talk about this important topic.
Thank you, Lebo. What a warm welcome. Thank you to everyone who's here as well. Let me know if you can hear me clearly.
Yes, you're definitely clear. You're definitely clear, Lerato. All right, so Lerato, like I said, I just gave you this whole long story around, suppliers and, the risk part of us as service providers out there, and also relationship management, which is very critical. So one of the things that I want to share is, so because we work with a lot of service providers out there, I've always been asked the question that why am I not seen to be important in a specific organization? Why are certain suppliers more important, to certain organization, and I'm the least important person in a certain organization? And I said, no, it's simple. How do you build relationships? You are a supplier, that's the first thing. But the second part, as a supplier, how you perform also has got an impact in terms of the relationship that you are building. So we have seen in the last 10 years, Lerato, the emergence of supplier relationship management has been very significant in the development within procurement as a whole. At the same time, it has really presented a new way for organizations to capture more value and improve the performance from the supply chain. So this is very important, especially from the supplier perspective, and also from, I think, from the procurement perspective. And when I say supplier, then let me just make it a service provider perspective, and also from procurement, because we have to manage that relationship that is two-way in terms of stakeholder relationships. But one of the most common challenge, again, is a supply chain having the lack of visibility up and down, and the supply chain to identify the risks and enable rapid pivoting as well. So as organization, we still seem to be working closely with the key suppliers to improve the visibility and also improve the decision making, around the businesses. And what I like is that earlier we were talking about the agility of our supply chains, that we need plan A, plan B, plan C. That's one of the things that Radu was saying earlier, that, the pandemic has shown us that the reliance onto one area of a supplier is not just going to help. You need to have a plan B and plan C. Now, I'm going to use another example, Rato, around us in Africa. And let me talk about South Africa. We have seen when COVID started, most of the people were saying we could not get some of the commodities from Europe, from China, and so forth, because our reliance has been from those suppliers themselves. So let's talk about this now. We're talking about supply management. What is it, and how can we use it to improve our company's supply chain resiliency?
Sure. Yes, you've said a lot. So I think the one important thing that we need to know, which is something that flashes out as SRM, or Supplier Relationship Management, right? Using the acronym, is that it's beyond performance management. I know we probably use it a lot more to drive performance, to drive service level, or service credits, right? But the key thing that you need to understand that helps supplier relationship management is partnering, getting to a place of being a strategic relationship, getting into collaboration, whereby, as you mentioned, multi-sourcing comes to play when there is a risk of delivery or any disruptions, in our supplier modeling or delivery of goods and services, right? So if you can establish an SRM framework in your environment or for your own service providers, at least you're able to mitigate some of this risk earlier on, in as far as sometimes you can't get through to putting down the unknown risks like we had with the pandemic. But if you then have a strong SRM methodology in place, you're able to increase the speed of response as and when these things happen. Yes. So that can help you reduce the impact in as far as it is already there. But if you enforce this partnership, collaboration, call me anytime, let's engage, help me to help you, I help you, you help me, and increase the speed of response, it's easier to then get into or catching these issues earlier so that they don't disrupt our supply chain. Yeah.
All right, and that's very key. In fact, like you're saying that we've always used it for performance, and it's not just about performance. It's really been looking at building this strategic relationship that looks not just only on performance, but also when we're talking about plan A, B, and C, it goes back to a relationship. It talks about, you know, how best we can really achieve what we want out of the service provider and how they can help us and how we can help them as well going forward. But tell me, how to improve? How can we really improve supplier relationship with SRM? Because I hear you are saying it's not just about performance, but at the same time, someone out there say that, okay, let's look at SRM. I want to improve relationship with SyncPoint. I want to improve relationship with these companies. That improvement strategy, Lerato, is it the same for just about anyone? Do you apply the same strategy when you want to improve relationship from the supply management perspective?
It's not the same because you would treat each supplier based on their importance to your organization, on criticality, right, of my operations. And if I then do my strategic modeling and positioning, I'll then need to know that how do I encourage this specific supplier or vendor to propose initiatives that will contribute towards, you know, the value transformation, because ultimately I want to unlock value as a client from my suppliers and ensure that I also enhance that kind of mentality from my vendor's perspective as well. To say that in as far as we build stronger relationship that is beyond you not performing or me having to put you down to your penalties, etc., is that how else can I unlock value from yourself apart from being performance managed? You know, it's just like employees. If you're gonna look into people performance managing all the time, ticking a box, you're not gonna drive and get a lot more out of them, because then, you know, they're always leading like fear or some sort, right? And it also applies to the same thing as building stronger relationships with your service providers, is that how do I align my strategic objectives of my organization or my department or my KPIs in order to understand the requirements of those in the organization, right? And that which you offer as a supplier. And another thing, building synergies across that which you as a service provider can give me as a client, or I managing your contract, and making sure that those ultimately result into innovation, you know, cost reduction initiatives, business efficiency and optimization. So that's how I would say we can improve our relationships, you know, into getting value. As a service provider, you need to ask yourself as well, what other value am I giving my client apart from, you know, bring this, deliver this invoice, you know, I have approved GRV, then you're done, you know. Then tomorrow I call into a governance meeting, or everything checkbox. How else can you then, you know, improve my life so that you become a value-adding service provider, like how public sector would call it? Yeah.
All right. You heard it yourself. If you are a service provider out there, always remember that you must also think around how to best serve your clients, because you are being measured on that. You have to look at that relationship, because you are being monitored, you are being measured by procurement professionals in terms of the service that you are providing. So it's not just about the performance, it's also about how you also want to enhance your service towards any specific organization that you are providing a service to. And Lerato, you are saying that you know, in terms of improving and the supply relation, and which is one thing that I find that a lot of organizations are still getting to understand that, and the transition of having strategic suppliers, and I always call them the tier 1, the tier 2, and tier 3, you know, suppliers, and the others that really are providing, they are risky to the business, and you always need those commodities. You always classify them as strategic in the business, and then you come to the lower end, and you may find that yourself, you are seated at the lower end, and you are not being recognized the same as a tier 1 you know, supplier in the business. So it depends on where you are, how we want to unlock value, how we establish the relationships already with the business, which is very critical for us in procurement. So I want to know that now, How can, which framework exists, Lerato? Because I guess any procurement professional out there is thinking of developing, a supplier relationship management framework. What kind of framework can they start looking at in really managing their suppliers as well? Because now we want to follow, we want to ensure that we enforce, and we want to make sure that at the same time we manage the relationship. But we also want to remember one of the things that we have been pushing, especially in South Africa, is small businesses. And we want at the same time getting the small businesses from being at the lower end and now being strategic businesses. And so let's talk about that model. How do you build up that framework, Lerato?
Okay, there, I mean, a lot of models that you can look into, Google can be your friend. But the best, I suppose, global benchmark, right, that we use is the Hackett Group model. And at the same time, this speaks to, firstly, how you perform a supply segmentation. And you have to categorize your vendors in terms of the strategic importance, the criticality of the supply, and determine the engagement, to what level do you actually drive value from, right? And then develop that governance framework. And this, I guess most people focus a lot more on the governance framework before you do the segmentation. And in that governance framework, you then have to define that how do I set up our weekly operational meetings with these particular service providers for me to unlock value and to flesh out issues earlier on before it's later, and then maybe set up your monthly sort of like service reviews with including your commercial reviews, where both parties can indicate my invoices are late by when, or you are not giving us any issues on this area or that area, and how can I then get more value from you in terms of discounts if you had missed a particular milestone. This is when you can discuss these in your governance sort of like framework discussions. And then thereafter maybe decide how can I move this to a quarterly management review way, and that probably will include your biannual executive review in your framework. And a lot of issues you can come up with your structure into the details, right? But this will be a general methodology that you would follow, right? And then develop your key performance indicators at the same time to say, ultimately, we are here to perform, you add value, I pay you for your, for the work. So what are my success factors in this case? And how do I then say you've met your performance? And sometimes issues like delayed penalties have to come to play, where suppliers need to be accountable for their own part. And then there's less accountability though from a lot of times on the client side, because you're the one who are giving the business. But that challenges procurement professionals to also be fair in how they govern this process, because we've got to understand it's a both relationship, it's a win-win. If it then doesn't become a win-win, then it's no longer it's coming out of the I guess the rationalism of having an SRM in place, because you're supposed to manage both the relationship, not drive it one way. And then you create your supply strategies, ultimately to say, how then am I going to manage a particular supplier based on their spend, based on the importance to my life, and how they're supposed to be delivering the service by when, how, what is your strategy and how you're going to manage this? Is it a sole supplier? Is it a monopoly supplier? Is it, free competition kind of? So you then have to articulate that. So that's the kind of high level, I would say, framework we can look into.
Framework. Yes, I think, and you're right, there's a lot of frameworks out there, but I like what you're saying when you say segmentation is very important in the organization. And I've seen the Hackett Group model as well that has been followed by the industry. It's a very good one that can be adopted by each and every organization. But, like you're talking about the win-win, Lerato. Is supply relationship management a role of procurement alone? Let's talk about our entire value chain approach. And, I always have these discussions around procurement. We place the order, we manage some of the relationships, but if you have a contract, the relationships extend beyond. So I want to know, is it really procurement role on their own? Or if it's not, who are the other people and how should they really manage and have a fit into the procurement model?
Sure.
Because it's very important, that there's a value chain approach, an integrated value chain approach within an organization.
It's not solely on procurement. It's the issue of responsibility and accountability, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be the responsibility of the business to make sure that the supply performs, because they are the ones that get the service, right? They're the ones that are not satisfied with the service. And then accountability as well is upon procurement to ensure that these frameworks and methodologies are part of the business, are embedded in your process, right? So we have to drive supply relationship management at a strategic level to have it in the organization and to track it and to show value beyond doing tenders, value beyond doing contracts, and then end it there. Because if you don't manage your contract, then there's a lot of value leakage. The very same savings that you got in the beginning of the tender or you got negotiating it, you're going to end up losing it, because then when you do your spend analysis over 6 months or so, you realize eventually you're over budget, right?
Oh, yes, indeed.
And that's mostly the case. It's because procurement is then a little bit far from the SRM perspective. Then you're not also part of it, you see. So you're not holding business accountable, you're not, reporting well, and then you realize that, oh, by the way, that saving is not saving after all in the bigger scheme of things, right? So if you then have your KPIs that are disjoint from a procurement professional with an SRM manager or specialist, then it's not really aligned and you don't really drive what we're supposed to. But business, in this case, as a user, is equally responsible because they have to flesh out these issues risk earlier. By the time it comes to procurement, it shouldn't be that now you're dealing with a post-event issue that and not have to proactively manage it. So I would say it is in conjunction with the two, and both in the procurement specialist and SRM and the business have to make sure that we all get into the same space and aligning. Although, though, in as far as SRM, remember it also tracks the strategic suppliers, right?
Yes.
In most cases, and that's what you want to make sure that the business doesn't go down. You still find professionals that have to do their own SRM, in their own portfolio either. It's not secluded to your top 50, top 20, top 30 suppliers only. So even in your portfolio of your non-routine sort of like suppliers, or that's what I always encourage to say, at that level, employ SRM methodologies anyway, because ultimately those can also be a problematic, to your life. So yes.
And I like that because, I think one of the things, and I'm just remembering now, is an element of how you're managing the performance of the service providers. In so many times, you find that the contract management doesn't sit with the procurement specialist. There's a project manager out there or a contract manager out there. And if that project manager doesn't manage the relationship well with the service provider when they are doing construction or whichever work, they normally will come back to you and say that, no, we don't want label because they are not performing. And there's certain things that you have to instill, like non-conformances and so forth. So what does that do? It has to be a relationship between now yourself as a procurement specialist and the project manager who does not sit in the same portfolio as yourself. I think that's one of the things that we must always remember as the professionals. Exactly. Yeah. Because that performance management goes beyond that. When the supplier, I think most of us as professionals, we've been at a point being told, do not use the service provider because they did not do their work. Right? And you have to start asking the question that was then NCR and non-conformance reporting. Why can we? Because you cannot just eliminate people without a proper track record. I think that's one of the most important part in terms of managing the risk and managing the relationship. So colleagues, we are speaking to Lerato Sibata on how to mitigate risk in supply chain through SRM. Have you got challenges with your suppliers? Are you able to manage those relationships? Because at this point in time, supplier relationships management is very important. We need to reduce the risk for the organizations, but at the same time, we want our service providers to know exactly what is expected of them, and knowing the KPIs that needs to be driven for their performance as well. We manage OTIF in logistics, we manage the delivery in terms of the lead times, in terms of delivery as well. So it's very important that our service providers are aware of those KPIs as part of us managing the relationship, and they must know what we expect from them. That's the importance of SRM in businesses. So what do we ought to know, Lerato? Because at this point in time, so what? We're talking about supply relationship management. Anyone can say, listen, I've got a relationship with label. Why should I use the next person? There's a so what around that. What do you think? I mean, why should I use the next person instead of label?
So is this in relation to SRM or in generic? Why must I use the supplier?
Well, it's an extension. It's in relation to SRM because, for an example, I used an example where you have a project management and you have a service providers that is busy in construction. They are not performing, and so I'm talking about now the so what around that in terms of SRM and why this is very critical around it. I think we're talking about creating relationships, strategic relationships around that as well, being able to manage the risk, being able to get the service providers to be a lever and how they improve the service delivery as well. Yes, so it's in relation to SRM in that context.
Okay, so I guess on the so what part is that SRM is a key focus area where we need to ensure there is a continuity of performance and we eliminate those kind of risks, and business continuity takes place, and risk management is also managed at that level. And you know, someone like a program manager must understand that if someone doesn't perform, you don't just take them off site because it's a preference thing or because you don't like the particular supplier. We as procurement are there to govern the process to ensure it's fair, it's equitable, right, and it's transparent. And we have followed each and every process. And this goes along also with the fact that as an employee, if your manager doesn't like you, you don't just say you're fired, right? So there's a process that you have to follow to prove the person is not capable. So if we can treat also our service providers like that, it will then, you know, kind of come home to someone who says, oh, this service provider is not doing what they need to do. It's like, now show me what are they not doing. Did you define what they should be doing? Some people don't know your level of expectation. And at times you can find that they themselves did not actually articulate well the expectation. And I can understand that it's also not just a cost driving sort of like scenario where you're going to be penalizing suppliers all the time to pay you back your money. It's maximizing the value of suppliers to gain a lot of competitive advantage through the value creation that we spoke about, through the, you know, maybe introducing sort of like incentive models where you can do gain sharing, you know. This is supposed to be someone that helps you build your business, and then in turn you help them build the economy, right? Because then you're introducing a lot of synergies and improvement and employment, you know. So it goes beyond preference. I like you, I don't like you. So that's the so what that I would put out there for some people to understand ultimately.
And that. So let's wrap up. I think the discussion around relationship is very, very critical, because that's how people remain in businesses. That's what I always say, that, you know, to remain in business, there's certain relationships that you need to build and look at your service delivery model as well into the clients. But at the same time, you need to know what the clients expect. So now, in terms of wrapping up, Lerato, what tips could you really offer to the practitioners to ensure they have proper rollout on you know, risk management strategies around SRM? Because as a takeout, anyone who if they're not doing it, they want to start immediately. So what are the highest tips from your side that you can give out there to the professionals and the service provider in ensuring that SRM is properly managed in the organizations?
Okay. So I think the first thing is to see a need to have an SRM in place that will help you. I understand some companies, they focus on getting clients and then invoicing, and then don't manage the issues of, you know, maintaining the relationship. So look into it as a need to say, how do I keep my client happy? How do I keep my supplier so that I have long-standing relationship? I don't also, as a procurement professional, keep on doing this RFPs all the time, so rotating suppliers, like, you know, so a need to manage that relationship. That's the first thing. And then how you also then socialize that with your business is very important. You know, create sort of like a risk awareness culture where if you create that risk awareness culture, you're able to help mitigate supply disruptions and risks. To say people, when they see something and experience issues, they can flush them out quickly, right? And that speaks to your, you know, non-performance of deliveries, because sometimes people are aware, but they don't say things earlier on. So as practitioners, you need to enforce or provide that kind of culture where people are free to voice out some of these issues earlier on, and work closely with your internal business partners to view what are your procurement requirements early, and then, you know, you tap into that space. So that's some of the, I would say, tips for practitioners to make sure that they roll out a successful SRM strategy in place. And yes, and ultimately you will get value, because you can't separate the fact that some people are supposed to be not performed, and you get your value back. You know, sometimes if the procurement part earlier on wasn't done, you know, properly, to, you know, some people can be good on paper, but not so good in execution. So SRM catches those things. Yes, so SRM is important to catch those things then, to say, oh, okay, you look like, you know, you qualified, but actually in reality you're not. So SRM helps you to see that at that place.
All right. I want to check if there are some questions to yourself, Lerato. Colleagues, have you got questions for Lerato? Because we are wrapping up as it is. I want to take some last questions and then to move to the next panel. Let's see. Oh, there's a question here from Audrey, and Audrey is saying, that's a good question, Lebo, because we tend to be turned down by big companies telling us they have reputable service providers contracted to them for 10 years. How should we penetrate those big companies in convincing them that we can be of service to them? So it's a very important question, Lerato.
Yeah, that's always a challenge, because as a service provider, you want to get yourself, you know, into the big space. For me, it's I had also shared this in one of my videos I shared on Instagram, in terms of how do you get yourself into the, you know, the big fives and stuff, right? Is firstly, offer a comprehensive solution better than a product, right? A lot of times these big companies beat smaller ones by virtue of compliance. Remember, in procurement, the bigger you want to grow, your compliance must be up to standard, right? If I don't want to be dealing with a supplier that does not have a workman's compensation up to date, you know, some of these things that are really easy, and they get beaten down on these things. So check yourself as a service provider. Are you compliant across, you know, risk management, compliance, and everything? That's number one. And if you're then going to offer a service, we know that you can give us, you're good at this, but how else are you adding value to my other set of KPIs, you know, as a business risk? Because remember, risk is very important. So that's the thing. And at the same time, once you have that contract, you know, be a supplier that adds value beyond you delivering a product or a service. Yeah, that's what I would say.
You heard that, colleagues, very critical for us in organizations, on the other end being service providers, on the other end being procurement specialists. SRM is critical. It's very important that we know what we expect from our service providers, and they should know exactly how to pitch themselves into business and how they start growing their businesses to an extent that they become strategic suppliers in businesses. And we are still saying that it does matter. We need to build strategic relationships in supply chain, because that's what helps us mitigate the risk, and that's what helps us optimize. That's what helps us have a plan B and a plan C as well. And it's very important that we know how to model our service providers and understanding the different types of relationships that exist out there in terms of relationship 1, 2 as direct suppliers, subcontractors, and so forth. And I think it's one of the things that we need to remember, that if you're a subcontractor to any organization, the relationship will be totally different from a primary contractor, because sometimes we forget that as service providers. And it's very important that we learn how to unlock the value, and the service providers to know how they support businesses as well. And we spoke around the hacker group model as well, and we're talking about segmentation and how critical it is, and the strategies that are needed to be embedded in businesses to ensure that proper SRM strategies are embedded, and now we are able to mitigate the risk that we have in supply chain, because at the end of the day, us being service providers, there's always going to be a risk element of us from the service provider perspective, providing services to the solutions. Look at the, the pandemic currently, what has happened. We have always had the reliance on China. So it has exposed already our supplier relationships that we have in South Africa. And that is why after, I can't even stop thinking about it, that we want to build Africa as a whole, and relationships management in terms of suppliers, then you are going to be those suppliers already that are indeed making a difference in the industry. I want to check if there's any other question out there. Well, I see there's a hand that is raised, but unfortunately you cannot comment. You must type in the chat box, eh? We need, if you have a question, please put it on the chat box so that Lerato can respond. But we are already wrapping up. Please still put your question on the chat box, and we will ensure that Lerato can just respond before she disappears on her side. I know she has other commitments. So colleagues, Lerato, thank you so much for joining us for this conversation.
Sure.
I think relationship conversations like this, we always want them to have a long-term, have a long sessions with the service provider so that they can understand what is expected of them from the procurement world, because it's very important that they understand it's not just about providing a solution. There's also long-term relationships that we want to build in a strategic level. Colleagues, I am with Lerato Sibata. We have been discussing mitigating the risk in supply chain through supply relationship management. Lerato, thank you so much for joining us for the dialogue.
Thank you.
So, colleagues, we are moving into our next dialogue, and our dialogue is with the panel now. Our panel that is speaking is on the shipping industry. Isn't that one of the fascinating, one of the industries that becomes a bit complex for a lot of people, and I always get fascinated if I get to see more women that are participating in that, and in that I'm being joined by Mary Grounder and Nomcebo Sibisi, 2 women that are in the maritime industry, and they are shipping it. They are shipping and really making sure that that advocacy happens in the shipping industry, which is one of the modes of transport, the maritime, that we have in the industry. And they are discussing the global emerging trends and the challenges facing the shipping industry. The Suez Canal. I think maybe you're going to start giving us more insights around the Suez Canal, colleagues. Hey? Welcome, colleagues. Mary, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us.
Good. Thank you, Lebo, for inviting me.
Namlebo, welcome.
Hello, Lebo. Thank you for inviting me. So honored to be part of this platform.
Thank you, Namlebo. Both Namlebo, we had Mary yesterday already, and as part of our coaching circles already. She was able to get to our 5 minutes coaching, and
wow, I'm so impressed.
Where she spoke around the freight rates and negotiating on the freight rates, very quick and right to the point as well. And I will introduce Namcebo as well. Namcebo, as it is, she has also been in the maritime industry for a while. She has focused on maritime law and policy as part of her studies. Mary Namcebo has worked in an oil and gas company. She had been a student already with Maersk, and she grew all the way through in the maritime industry for a while, very passionate about traveling, but also what I've seen and having had my discussions with Nomcebo is her passion already around the maritime. And she's always said that, you know what, I want to make sure that with all the work that I am doing, I can really share my insights. So from the insights perspective, I have Mary. I know I said it yesterday, Mary is one of the people that has got so much passion around maritime. So ladies, I'm looking forward to having this engagement with yourself today. Are you ready? So to all our audiences, have you got questions around the shipping industry? And I think today, Mary and Nomcebo will be able to share as much as we can. We've been commenting around the Suez Canal, the shipping issues in the industry. And there's so much that I know, based on the discussion today, that we will be able to pick up the challenges and where are we in terms of the maritime industry and what does it really mean, you know, for us in South Africa and globally in terms of this field, because it's a very critical enabler of the movement of transport. And then let me just revert back, colleagues, and just creating this context. We know around COVID how much it has impacted Africa. And in the second quarter of 2020, and I'm looking at the stat, UNCTAD estimated the drop in Africa's exports at minus 35%, and the drop in imports at minus 25%. And by July 2020, there were some improvements, but numbers pointed to double digits, dropped to minus 17% for the imports and minus 21% for the exports. That is since COVID started, by the way. So it shows you the criticality of this industry. And one thing that I was to bring forward, colleagues, is that maritime transport, it still remains the gateway to the global marketplace. Africa's international trade is relying a lot on shipping and on our ports. We have seen that Africa accounts for a small share of world merchandise trade by value, about 2.5% of exports and 3% of imports in 2020. So capacity building as well, which is the third point in this area, is definitely required. So I always ask the question around the readiness gap of Africa, and also considering a bit of AFTA as well. So sustainability as well in terms of the shipping industry, one of the most important parts that we should be looking at. So I want us now to get to the gist of this discussion, ladies, around you know, the landscape of the shipping industry in South Africa. How is it looking like? And what dependencies do we have in terms of international organizations? Maybe I can start with Mary.
Thanks, Lebo. I think, Lebo, you know, we've had a lot of issues globally with shipping. I mean, the first thing was COVID with the closure of ports, and that affected the seafarers. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of seafarers stuck on ships still, and absolutely nothing's been done. Then you've got your high freight rates, which is beneficial to the shipping lines, but not exactly to the customers. And these have been negatively affecting the developing countries specifically. It's been making shipping a bit too expensive for a lot of traders, especially the newer shipping, you know, the companies and the smaller traders. The other issue is the GHG emissions and companies trying to, you know, get their vessels ready for, you know, IMO GHG was, you know, implemented in 2020, but that was obviously delayed, but there's a lot of costs associated with it. So that's on a global scale. And, you know, some of it may have affected South Africa, but within South Africa itself, I mean, we don't have our own shipping line. That's been a problem for a while. But on the other hand, you know, we are not giving any benefits to people who, you know, want to flag with South Africa. So there's a lot of issues, and shipping is very, very complex. So to actually drill down on each issue, you know, you've got to look at what kind of policies are we do we have implemented in the country? You know, are we making it easy for someone to go and buy a ship and flag it with South Africa? And we're not. So even our port sector, you know, there was that recent report that you mentioned as well about the port performance, and South Africa was really at the bottom. So if you look at the data, you know, it's not surprising, and it's been an issue for years and years, where private companies have been complaining about the ports. So there's a lot of issues, but there's also a lot of opportunities with the African continental free trade area that we could look at. So I don't want to focus too much on the issues, but I'd prefer we actually focused on what opportunities we can actually get out of this.
In fact, yes, there is a truth, but I also want us to tap onto that aspect of saying, are we making it easier for anyone to even have a ship in South Africa? Because it's a very, very critical point around it. And I want to know, what are the biggest drivers currently in maritime? And I mean, let's look at shipping in total. What are the biggest drivers? From the context, because there's opportunities I know that I want us to be able to discuss. But what are the drivers of maritime?
Okay, so the drivers in maritime, I would say, is obviously having a stable economy, because maritime is dependent on the buying power of exporters and importers being able to actually buy and import in or sell. So that is the first point, because it wouldn't make sense to have ships at our ports and we don't have any cargo to transport. So I would say that having a thriving economy where we are able to do this is number one. And then number two is also investing in our port infrastructure. So Mary also touched on the point of poor port performance. A lot of the time, if you look at statistics, what drives and what makes a port attractive is how is the infrastructure and how efficient it is. So as a nation, that is a focus that we need to look into. If we look at Durban ports, it's the most congested port, and it's also deemed one of the busiest ports in Africa, and is the gateway to SADC trade and to other intra-Africa trade. So that port, for example, has so much possibility an opportunity to actually operate at a more efficient level. But if we do not drive our focuses on infrastructure and also governance of the port, it then makes our maritime activity suffer, and not to the point of where we want it to be in terms of global standards.
Indeed. And I like exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you're already talking about the critical issues that are already facing the shipping industry, and in the context of South Africa, and looking at Durban as a gateway to SADC. And now I'm in fact even thinking beyond that, looking at Durban as a gateway into AFTA as well. If you remember, some of the conversations was, how are you going to enable access to when you start looking at our exports and our imports as well. And also we have to start thinking already, saying that if you're now expanding in terms of beneficiation, manufacturing in our country and also Africa as a whole, it means that we have to start looking at various aspects of the shipping industry again. That's one of the things that is very, very critical around it, to really say that, if we are looking at that as a gateway, are we ready? Because we know we are congested, and after is long-term media, we've already started. We have started with that whole process. How ready are we, and what are the immediate things that we should be focusing on to ensure that we're enabling that intra-trading, we are enabling already that gateway in terms of the exports and import market?
Okay, so I can follow up on that.
Yes.
I would say a label that we've had so many, for example, I will focus again on the Durban port. We've had so many studies, consultations on basically expanding on the Durban port and making it have the capacity to bring in bigger ships. Because as we know, the vessels operate on something called economies of scale. The bigger the ships, the more they can ship in. So we firstly need to follow up on those projects to expand our ports, to make them capable of handling these ships that are carrying beyond 18,000 TEUs. Right now, we are doing studies and not carrying on with the execution. For example, we did a whole study on how to expand the port. We also put it out in timelines to say the focus here, year 2030, we should be here, and then all of a sudden that study has gone back to being a study again. So we never even executed on the initial study. So I would say that for us to be ready, we actually need to collaborate, work with the consultants, and then actually see how the execution should happen for us to get to the point where we can handle these big numbers. Because if we want to operate on this global scale, we need to also move into that, and it's all a pipeline, like I say. So it's making our ports favorable, making our terminals favorable, and then also being able to carry enough volume for us to take it to where it's in demand in the landlocked countries and cities.
All right, I like that. So Mary, we were talking about the shipping industry, and one of the things that you quickly touched on is us as South Africa having that flag. I always say that if you look at the history of shipping in South Africa, and I think I've had this conversation before, what happened to the ships? And have we ever had, and where are we ever going to have one going forward? What is the ship, the future, are we ever going to have our own flag in terms of the ship in South Africa going forward?
Honestly, Lebo, I don't know, because for the past 20 years, while I've been in the industry, we've had the same discussions over and over. And when you have all these committees and all these different organizations meetings, we are discussing the same thing. But I think with the African Continental Free Trade Area, we need to actually look away from South Africa and start looking at the surrounding countries within Africa, especially those with big ports as well, and start joining up with them and looking at how we can, instead of looking at a South African flagged vessel, look at vessels that are flagged maybe in Liberia, because that is a flag of convenience, and just servicing just the African continent and moving cargo intra-Africa, because for as long as we focus on just South Africa, we have actually gotten nowhere. And I think there's so much of expertise and benefits that we can actually get from joining up with other countries. I mean, you've got Kenya, you've got Tanzania on the East Coast, you've got Ghana, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Cameroon, Angola on the West Coast. And all of these countries are part of the free trade area. So let's start talking to them. Let's look at, how can we actually get a handful of vessels and start, a weekly sailing around the continent and trying to move cargo from, let's just say from Tanzania to Ghana or from Ivory Coast to South Africa. We've got so much of natural resources in Africa, which we're not processing. So can we not move, the raw materials from, Ghana to Nigeria, have it processed there and then exported, as opposed to, exporting all our natural resources out of the continent. So I think, for talking about just South Africa and South African flags and South African owned vessels, as much as it's something that we want, it almost seems like a pipe dream, because we haven't even changed our policies very well. We are not offering good opportunities for flagging of vessels. If you're looking at flags of convenience, a lot of it is beneficial to the ship owners because it's lower tax rates and so on. And then we have, some of the most, we've got the best labor law in the world and employment protection, but it doesn't work in the global scale. Companies don't want to deal with those kind of laws and rules when employing people. So it's a lot of things that we need to think about. And that is why I say, let's look to our neighbors, let's look to the rest of Africa and how we can actually, start working together.
All right, you had it, colleagues. We're talking around the shipping industry. We're talking to Mary and Nomdebo. If you have just joined us, we're talking about having a vessel for Africa that at least can save Africa, because if you look at the SADC relationships and we're looking at Africa Free Continental Trade Area, let's start looking at collaborating and not having this pipe dream of having a South African flag. That's what you are saying. Nomncebo, on the same aspect, what are your thoughts? I know you're very passionate about this subject of the ships and the history around it.
Yes, I really am, and I agree with Mary. And she touched on a topic which has, if you also read articles, and it's a very controversial topic. It's called cabotage, and so cabotage is it's when vessels come into a territory of that particular nation. So let's say these big vessels come in like Maersk, CMA, MSC, they come into our territory, and they maybe, let's say their first stop is in Durban, but they won't be able to go to PE or Cape Town or anything, because then we would enforce something that our smaller vessels would take on the responsibility from there, and be then the people responsible for shipping, for doing that intra trade. So because obviously it's a smaller scale and we don't have a lot of exports or things like that in South Africa, I read something where it spoke about, why don't we look at an let's for starters, like a SADC cabotage model. So that also ties into what Mary's saying, is that if we instill policies like that, which will enable us to be active in the maritime industry, we will then see that we will start having these smaller ships, or we'll start growing our numbers, because right now the shipping industry, it's very monopolized. I think there are 10 big shipping companies, and we can't compete with them, because it's, they've consolidated so much, they've bought smaller shipping companies. So right now, I think it would be very ambitious to say we want to have a shipping line which is competing with MSC. I think we should look at what Mary has suggested, to say collaborate with other neighboring countries. Let's move the trade. Let's own our waters, and not give so much power to these international companies to just come in and do as they please. Because as we know, they are also growing their supply chain. So they're not just stopping with shipping, they are now going into supply chain. They're wanting to do all the end-to-end, which then makes it a bit problematic for our smaller companies, SMMEs that want to operate in trucking, that want to operate in the clearing and forwarding. If they are not part of that supply chain, or if they're not part of that pipeline of Maersk, or if they're not part of the pipeline of CMA, you are then left out. So, then how do we encourage entrepreneurship and things like that, when all these big companies are coming in and we're allowing them to do end-to-end and do as they please? And for them, they don't really, they are not invested in terms of transformation agendas, because obviously imagine if they had to be clued up on every country. So for them, it's about coming in and out and maximizing on profits. So if then we have policies that make them be accountable, or have policies that push them to collaborate and work with us, then it would work. But we need a lot of support from government, and then the collaboration between private sector and government.
In public sector, indeed.
Sorry, yes, and public, yes.
Public.
Yes.
You had it, colleagues, collaboration, and just looking at Africa as well, to really say, how do we start looking at owning up and looking at the opportunities for Africa as a whole with regards to the movement when it comes to shipping. There's been some few comments here. There's a question, there's a comment from Kemiso, and he said he read an article this morning on a ship that's was carrying cargo. However, this vessel is without a crew. Could this be the future of the maritime industry? That's one the comment. And then there's another comment that came through with regards to SL is asking, what are the current trends and developments happening in the shipping industry? And there is, another comment. Kemiso was one of the people who did a study on the Durban Harbour congestion, and he indicates that without the government, i.e. Transnet, the tracking companies, to name a few, our efforts will always be in vain. What are your thoughts around it? Because these are good comments as well. And you can see that a lot is happening in shipping, but also it poses a lot of opportunities that I would want us to talk about after this. If you can just probably comment on their comments there.
Okay. So I'd like to start with the trends, and I also read a comment about, I don't know who it's from, but I'm quickly skim reading it, but they spoke about, the concept of a fully automated ship not being a reality. I think if we divide it and say maybe in more of the developed countries, that can be, that is a reality because they are so advanced in terms of their technology and how they have adopted the technology in terms of maritime, and those are the trends. So if you look at, there's a port in Rotterdam. There's a terminal in Rotterdam which is fully automated. The containers are moved around by robots and everything like that. So yes, we've seen examples of that. So I think it is possible. But I would say that in the developing regions, we are very labor intensive right now. So in terms of totally getting rid of human labor and then focusing on automation, I don't think that's a possibility. However, we shouldn't throw it out because of those reasons. Because going back to my first point and saying that to measure a port's efficiency, it's how much containers they can handle per hour. So we can look at hybrid systems, and which is they also looked at in the port of Hamburg, because they are also a very labor intensive country, even though they are first world. They incorporated cranes which are half man operated and half automated. So I would say we need to start looking at those trends if we want to be participating on a global scale, because you'll find that, shipping companies, they dock at our ports because obviously they have to, but if they had alternatives, they would rather go somewhere else because, they come in, they've got time constraints, especially schedulized container ships. They work on a time slot. So if we could adopt those types of trends, we would then be very efficient and be a global participator.
All right, thank you for that, Nomcebo. Mary, your thoughts around that?
Lebo, I think it was in 2016 that Rolls-Royce sort of rolled out their design on unmanned vessels for containers and cargo. And since then, there's been quite a lot of work on it. And, over the years, we've found that, the number of crew on board vessels has been continuously reduced because there's, on the vessels itself, they're using a lot of technology where they don't need, seafarers anymore. So from, 25 crew, it's come down to 7 crew. So it's things like that we need to really look at, because, on the one hand, in South Africa, we're saying to people, go become a seafarer. But what is the future there for them when, you're reducing the number of seafarers on the vessels? And as it is, they are being treated quite badly, during COVID. So I think as a country, we really need to look at, what are we actually marketing within maritime? Because there's literally just a handful of jobs and it's going to be far less in the future. And we need to, accept that reality. Most of the companies are investing in new technology. Most of these vessels are already at sea where they're using far less seafarers. And it's just going to get, more and more technology driven. And it's something we really need to accept. So that is why, you've touched on digital earlier, Lebo, and I think it's important that we actually look at it in the maritime sphere and look at how are our seafarers being trained, and can they be more technology driven instead of just labor on the vessels, really. So yes, unmanned vessels are coming. It's just a matter of time, and obviously a lot of testing that's going on, but it is coming.
All right. If we can tap on that element of technology, and I want to talk around the issue of, capability more on the skills side. What is the other challenges? Because now we're talking about seafarers, but if you look across, the shipping industry, there's other areas and other skills that has been impacted. Maybe if you can elaborate more on that, Mary.
I think if you're looking at, on the one hand, yes, the seafarers and the digital side and technology that they've had to deal with. On the other, it's the shore-based work where, companies like the bigger shipping lines, like the bigger logistics companies have reduced their staff because a lot of the work has become automated, or they've exported certain specific skills to India, Philippines, and so on, the data capturing and so on. And even that has become digitalized. So, looking at that, we need to try and figure out, where would somebody find a job within the industry right now? And, it's either high level analytics, it's learning to handle these kinds of software and learning to deal with the technology that's coming in. The other thing would be, just the labor itself. We still need the laborers until, warehouses become, you have unmanned, basically, these little forklifts and so on. So these are all already in place. So it's just that, we've been a bit lucky because we're a bit behind and the jobs are still there. But ultimately, there's not that many jobs within the logistics and the thing. So that is where entrepreneurs come in, where you start opening your trucking business, where you start looking at the free trade area and looking at how you can actually use that, to create your own opportunities. We do need overland transport. We do need overland logistics, whether it's going to be rail or trucking. Because as I've said earlier, the freight rates are really, really high right now. And one way to avoid that would be the logistics overland. And a lot of the African countries are inland, really. So it's things like that we need to look outside, just the normal industry and look at what's happening outside. How can we actually benefit from that, and who can we work with to get that done? And that is why I'm stressing on the importance of that partnership with other African countries, where there's discussions, where there's cargo moving overland, so it's things like that where we need to consider, what's going on really. In a few years, a lot of these jobs in the offices will be gone. There's data capturing, the customer service jobs and so on. And that's the reality.
That's a reality indeed. And I mean, we're already tapping on the opportunities for the entrepreneurs. I've always said, that's just my analysis, that like yesterday when I shared the statistics that less than 40% of women are in supply chain management, of which maritime also there's a certain minimal percentage. And from the business perspective, less than 5% of women, especially in South Africa, they are participating in the transport sector opportunities. I mean, if I remember looking at the numbers, 2018, 2019, I think we spent, was it 2019, 2020, 2018, 20, we have spent roughly close to 319 billion in the transport sector, by the way, of which maritime is also a contribution to that. So then let's look at maritime now. And the question is, what opportunities exist there for the entrepreneurs? What opportunities exist for women as well? Although some of the specific portfolios are shrinking, but I take it there's still an opportunity. I mean, someone asked me, what can I do onto, there's the ship. So what can I do? And I gave them a whole lot of examples. I started thinking of bunkering as an example. I think you are the experts. You can add on what I said in terms of bunkering and the other opportunities. If I'm an entrepreneur out there, I'm looking for opportunities in the shipping industry. What are those opportunities?
I think from my side, it would be looking at the greenhouse gas emissions and the regulations in that area, because there are a lot of opportunities. I mean, as you said, bunkering, but bunkering for, the low sulfur fuels, bunkering for different types of fuels that, shipping companies really want now. The other thing is looking at, what's the different ways of actually reducing emissions. And can we provide some of those services here in South Africa and in Africa? And that's where people need to get the knowledge and find out, what are the opportunities there, because there will be opportunities coming. And, it should have been implemented globally in 2020, but obviously it was delayed for COVID. But this gives us more time to actually work with finding the opportunities, whether it's in manufacturing, supplies for these ships, because, you know, there's scrubbers that you can, you know, install on ships. And it's things like that that, you know, we could actually look at where there's opportunity. So that would be a really good opportunity within the maritime sectors.
All right, Namngabo, any other ideas around that?
Yes, so for me, I'd like to touch on what Faith Mashile said in her earlier topic. Before we touch on entrepreneurship, we need to look at the policies in place and make it possible. Because we can talk about the entrepreneurship, which I'll mention some opportunities, but if there are some barriers and some red tape, it then makes it hard for people who want to participate in those entrepreneurship. So, you know, as we are supply chain, I'm sure we understand that everything interlinks. So we can expose women, we can teach them, and then also, you know, once we tell them about entrepreneurship, we need to put those measures in place. So, for example, there was an opportunity that came out in 2019. I actually have a colleague who got a license. It was released by the Port Authority, where it's an opportunity for vessels that have come into berth on our ports for people to go and clean the hull. And then, so the hull is underneath the boat. So, the vessel. So sometimes it catches on and it's got some animals they stick on, which makes the vessels not flow properly. So opportunities like that to go and clean the hulls while they're docking, while they're being replenished. People got licenses, however, because of some inefficiencies or not follow up from government or the Port Authority, people have just been sitting with the licenses since 2019, and they're now expiring, and they haven't really been having that opportunity to actually pursue their entrepreneurial desires. So that is an example for one, that's what we could do, but we need to iron out everything else which enables us to be able to do that. And then number two, we are very strategically placed. I'm sure we've heard this line in a lot of maritime conferences. We are very strategically placed geographically, as in South Africa, to be able to replenish vessels that are moving from east to west. And sometimes these vessels don't need to be doing business with us. We just need to be there to be, and if I make it in a layman's term, we need to be the engine or the shell for that vessel that is moving from Singapore and is going to the Americas. However, we find that we are not having those opportunities because we have not put ourselves or positioned ourselves to be able to provide those opportunities. So for example, you mentioned bunkering. Some vessels actually move from the east with enough fuel to last them until they get to America and back again. Or sometimes they move from the east to the west and then only replenish in the west. They could stop in South Africa and we could have that revenue coming to us. So those are some opportunities. Also, just supplying them with food. They've got seafarers who have been there for like 3 months or 2 months already, and they want to just restock. Those are just simple things, because I know people think we need to be able to be participating on a complex scale, but you could just be the person who's supplying water, fresh water, or you could be the person supplying food, or you could be the person repainting the bottom of the ship. So those are opportunities which we have in place. And it all goes together with what I said. We need to have a push from our government to be able to do this at the end of the day.
All right, colleagues, I think we know around the Maritime Charter in South Africa, we know around the blue economy. There's so many things that we are driving in terms of Africa as well, in terms of the maritime space in totality. So as we are wrapping up, Mary and Namngabo, what are your thoughts and what are the last tips that you want to share with the colleagues as part of wrapping up? I'll start with yourself, Mary.
I think, Lebo, when you look at women in maritime, we are really lucky to be in South Africa because unlike other countries, we don't need to fight for our rights anymore. We already have them. It's part of our constitution. what's left is for us as women to drive that and to market ourselves and to put ourselves in these spaces. We cannot wait for other people to do it any longer. And I'm glad you've done this because, you know, you've done it on another level. It's not for us women, because it's about taking it to the next level. We are already in these spaces. It's about taking it to that next level and using the opportunities that we have, because here in South Africa, there's absolutely nothing stopping us. You know,
Yes.
there are no hindrances to us owning property, to us owning businesses, as you would find in other African countries or other least developed and, you know, countries that surround us. So let's use those opportunities and see it as opportunities. The fact that we have these rights, we don't have to fight for them. It's there. There's opportunities that's there. We need to start working together on a bigger level, on a bigger platform, and taking it from there, really. And I think, you know, wherever there's changes, there will always be opportunities. And that's what we really need to look at.
All right, thank you, Mary. Nomgcebo, is wrapping up from your side.
So from my side, I'd just like to say collaboration is key. Let's stop working in silos, especially as women. This is something, I wouldn't say it's something new to us, but I think we find ourselves in positions where we get intimidated or feel that I just got here, so I need to keep this for myself or anything. So I think we should get rid of that mentality. Let's collaborate. As Mary said, we have the capabilities to participate. We have the capabilities to take up space. And, you know, let's take example from the women who marched on the 9th of August, who basically made this holiday a possibility for us. Let's rally, let's use our combined power to rally and push for these policies that I've just mentioned about, to make things possible for us. So when I say that let's push government, I'm not saying let's sit there and say it's your fault, but let's do what we need to do. But then also, because they are the enabling factor at the end of the day, we can't go away from that. So let's be a united force. Tell them that you are crippling us. We want to get stuff done, and then do it. But yeah, collaboration is very key in the whole supply chain for us to participate and be number one. Thanks.
All right. We had it from Mary and Nomgcebo. Intentionally, those are women in the maritime sector. And that is why I chose them to be part of this discussion. I know they are passionate around the shipping industry, and so much that they are pushing in out there in terms of being advocates in supply chain advocates in maritime as well. Ladies, thank you so much for sharing the insights with us. I think I need another conversation with you separate from this one, because this industry is one of the discussions that we really need to enforce and ensure that we have more vocal thought leadership around it in the industry, to ensure that we see so much of the movement happening. And I think that in other modes of transport, I'm seeing that there has been some transition. We've seen some changes happening, like in trucking, in road freight, and so forth. I think maritime is one of the areas that really needs a real push in trying to get the women and also getting the youth to be part of it, because at the end of the day, we want to uplift and ensuring that from the Africa perspective, and whilst we integrate on a global perspective, because it's all about globalization, we are in the global world, but we start uplifting Africa in that regard. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. And colleagues, we have enjoyed like these two fantastic ladies in the maritime sector. If you have any questions for them, please just put them on the chat box and they will get to respond to you when they are around. And if not, we will be able to do that. Ladies, thank you for joining us as we are preparing to go to the next discussion. And like I said, ladies, we want to see more of the youth participating as well in maritime industry. That's very important, and also participating in AFTA within the maritime industry. And as we move along that, we will be playing a quick video, 2 minutes video on AFTA and the participation of youth, and we will be having a discussion with our next speaker, Sophia Rivas Herrera. Thank you, ladies. I'm looking forward to more chats with yourself.
Thank you, Lebo.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lebo.
Thank you, ladies.
Job creation is a major challenge for the African continent. The total African labor force is expected to reach 1 billion by 2030. Young people are particularly affected by unemployment. It is estimated that 1/3 of young people can't currently find work. Because of a rapidly growing population, the situation is especially acute in East Africa. Ethiopia alone receives an additional 2 million new entrants into the job market every single year, while DRC, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda will have to cope with more than 1 million new entrants. This puts tremendous pressure on the economies of East Africa, requiring the creation of an additional 700,000 jobs every single month. Whose responsibility is it to solve this problem? Governments across the region have set ambitious targets for job creation. In Kenya, for instance, the government aims to create more than 450,000 manufacturing jobs by 2025. Yet, according to a recent Afrobarometer survey, over 70% of Africans believe that their governments have not done well in creating the right conditions for a more vibrant labor market. In any case, governments alone cannot deliver the necessary job creation. The private sector will need to take a lead. This is where the African Continental Free Trade Area comes in. The Economic Commission for Africa estimates that the Continental Free Trade Area will help create up to 2 million new jobs in East Africa, particularly in the manufacturing, agro-processing, and textile sectors. It will boost regional trade by more than $1 billion. And let's not forget the contribution of the service sector. It already accounts for around 55% of the regional economy. A lot of new opportunities will open up in tradable services like tourism, ICT, and finance. A second contribution of the Continental Free Trade Area is the Free Movement Protocol. There are a lot of unemployed skilled people across the continent. In East Africa, 1 in 5 people with secondary or university level education are currently without a job. Yet at the same time, many countries are suffering from serious shortages of qualified employees. The implementation of the Free Movement Protocol will allow young people to move to where there is a need for their skills and talents. A third area where the Continental Free Trade Area will help young people is by providing them opportunities to establish new businesses. African youth are among the most enterprising in the world. A 2013 Gallup survey showed that more than 1 in 3 Africans plan to start up a business over the next 12 months. In Uganda, that figure rises to 2 out of every 3 people, making it one of the most entrepreneurial places in the world. The Continental Free Trade Area will give young entrepreneurs access to a much larger, vibrant continental market, allowing young people to set up new businesses and tap into the growing demand for made-in-Africa goods and services. Young people deserve better opportunities and a brighter future. The Continental Free Trade Area will put us on the right track to provide those opportunities.
Hello, Sophia.
Hi, Level. How are you?
Good, thanks. Are you well?
I am.
Good to have you.
Great. Thank you for having me here.
Oh, you're welcome. And we're looking forward to this conversation with yourself, colleagues. And the video that you just watched is the video that speaks to youth participation in the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. I think our dialogue today has been so many ways around supply chain excellence, how we start looking at globalization, how do we start integrating various elements of supply chain. We just spoke around the maritime industry as one of the levers in terms of supply chain, looking at the challenges, the trends around it as well. And the most important part of it again now is the skills and the driving force around that. And the driving force around that is also building the pipeline. And building the pipeline now, we have this conversation now with Sophia in terms of how organizations to align with the skills of the future future, looks like some of our roles are becoming very redundant. Sophia, you heard it already that with the seafarers now, looks like most of their roles are starting now to get, reduced in supply chain. And our conversation is very critical in terms of understanding how organizations should start aligning with the skills of the future, because we don't want our profession and some of the skills to be redundant, but also understanding that technology is there. So ladies and gentlemen, have you got any questions in terms of the skills? Are you in academia, or are you a youth, or are you a supply chain professional that wants to transition and start looking at what other skills can you really adopt in supply chain? So I am speaking to Sophia Rivas Herrera. And who is she? Sophia is a Mexican industrial engineer from Technological de Monterrey University, and she is in logistics and supply chain management, has graduated as one of the top 3 performers of her class. So she's got a multinational background due to her international academic experience in Singapore, in Kuhn Logistics University in Hamburg, and then she's a former data analyst as well. Currently, she is a senior staffing analyst within the SNOP team in Mexico at the biggest e-commerce company in Latin America. So yes, Sophia is joining us all the way from Latin America. So she is responsible for workforce forecasting and planning through the analysis of demand, productivity, capacity, cost, and time constraints. Apart from those beautiful things in terms of her profession, what I love about Sophia is that she's a supply chain ambassador. So we have one of the ambassadors, one of the advocates for supply chains out there, who is very, very passionate about the industry and having been recognized as one of the thought leaders. And she has been featured on various podcasts as well, specifically on supply chain. And yes, colleagues, we are always looking, like I said, with the women that we have here, I want to see you being advocates out there. So we are speaking to Sophia on the skills of the future. Sophia, let's have that discussion. The skills of the future, are we becoming redundant in supply chain?
Oh, well, first of all, thank you, Lebo, for that introduction. I am so grateful for being here. And yes, I do think we're being redundant in skills. And I think it's all about how we've been thinking about skills.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've always thought about it in a way of how a role must have certain skills. But have we thought it the other way around, or have we thought it in such a way that we plan long term, not just short term? And this is because when you open or when you find an opportunity, there's a list of skills one must have. And when you get there, those skills are not necessary anymore, because they are not thought in a sense that it's evolving or changing with time. So it's thought in a way that it's static, and I think that should change.
That should change. So what are your thoughts? Do you think that from the university perspective, the skills in supply chain that we're bringing about are not necessarily what the industry requires? We had a bit of a chat around it yesterday, and I was saying that the relationship between industry and academia is very important in terms of building the skills. The question is, are we really addressing the right issues, the right skills that we require from industry with the university students that are coming up?
I believe that it all depends on where you are geographically.
Yes.
Sadly, I think, because now that we are more connected remotely, and now that we have furthermore access to technology, and at the end of the day, connectivity among each other, it still depends on where you are in the world that you could access or not these places where you can get prepared in those skills. I think that it also depends on where in supply chain you would want to start, but I think it all starts from understanding that supply chain and logistics is not just trucking and warehousing, but it has all those other things behind and in front, I would
Yes.
say. But I think at least in Latin America, and I think it could be very similar to Africa, because although we are, I don't know how many kilometers apart, we are very similar in terms of culture and also socioeconomic and political issues. We share them.
Very similar.
And I think that at least here, it is hard to look for ways to prepare yourself in supply chain that it's thinking about long term. So we're still getting prepared for frontline workers or for jobs that are directly within the warehouse or directly in trucking, but all the other skills or other jobs that may require analytics, may require a further understanding of inventory management or a further understanding of softwares for forecasting. I think those are still lacking behind.
Okay, but according to you, Sophia, what solid skills are required for future supply chains? And these are very important questions in that we have seen that, and I'm glad, this element of data analytics keeps on cropping up over and over again in terms of how technology has changed our industry in totality. So what skills do we require in the future for supply chain? And which ones do you think that we're going to need less of them, moving forward?
Yep. So I think that obviously a broad understanding of how can we connect things and how things are related. So this sense of systems thinking of how one part of a whole can affect the other. I think this is something very important in our industry, because although you can take a decision by yourself, it will have an effect on others. And that's the holistic approach we should all aim for. So that's one thing that is very important in a supply chain professional right now, to have this skill or this type of mindset, I would say. Analytics is for sure something very important, but I get a lot of questions from colleagues and friends like, so which software should I start learning for data analytics? I believe that despite the software, there is an understanding of how there are relationships among data and how should we structure data in such a way that we can use it. So that's data analytics, not learning how to the language of SQL or how to use Python, but those relationships among data and how to tell a story with it, that's data analytics. Yes. And that's important in the industry. Another thing that I see a bit lacking is this part of understanding operations research, or also how to maximize or minimize functions. I think although it's not in the job description, I think it's a very common way of solving problems, and that I at least in my market or my area, I see that some of us do not have that understanding yet. And I think that's a very important skill that one should learn. And then in soft skills, I think also communication and being empathic with the other person, that
Yes, in fact, I wanted to get to that point of the soft skills, because if there's one thing that has been clear from the conversations was around us as professionals being advocates and how we communicate for success in supply chain. So the softer skills are just still very important if you look at them, being, I think, things like time management, leadership skills, being empathic, because we are dealing with a lot of pressure in supply chain as well. Having the vision, and when I'm talking about the vision, creating that environment and understanding the business strategy. I think it's one of the things that I think from the skills perspective, and when we operate in a different portfolio of supply chain, I don't know what your thoughts will be. I'm always finding that some of the professionals do not understand how to link the supply chain strategy to a company strategy. I think that's one of the key strategies, because that's where we start making a difference. Have you seen that happening? Do you think that supply chain now are becoming more aware of the strategic nature of businesses and now are able to fit in the supply chain strategy to the bigger business? Are you seeing that happening now, that people, some of the professionals, some of the practitioners understand that specific skill of being able to translate the organizational strategy into supply chain strategy?
I do see it, and I think that we are all starting to realize that we are embedded in supply chain. So it's not a piece of us, but rather we are a piece of it, right? Of supply chain. And I think when we shift to this way of thinking, then we can align our strategies better, right? And I think it has these times of pandemic and post-pandemic, or at some point I sometimes think we're still in the pandemic, but has brought a lot of light to supply chain and its actual role. That is not only about delivering or supplying, but it's also about all the other things that are involved in supply chain. And at the end of the day, I think leaders are seeing that and are seeing the benefit of being better connected with all their stages and with all their services in order to have better performance to their last to their clients or to their final customer.
Okay, now I like that, colleagues. I'm speaking to Sophia, looking at how to align to the skills of the future. As a professional out there, are you finding your role to be redundant? Has anything changed, and how has it changed, and how are you impacted by now the new skills that are emanating? Let's start also talking about technology. Has your part of your job changed because of the requirements of the new supply chains, the supply chains of the futures that we had also discussed yesterday? I mean, some of the skills that Sophia has indicated are really around having that empathy. We're talking about analytical skills that are needed. So you need both soft skills and also technical skills. Project management skills, if I can add on that, Sophia, project management skills, accounting skills, and those are very important in terms of understanding the cost sides and why we don't just spend money, in the organizations. The troubleshooting skills as well. Business ethics as well, which is very important. We just had the discussions on ethics and sustainability in supply chain, and understanding the business. I think that's very, very important for us as supply chain professionals. So the question is, yourselves out there as supply chain professionals, are you finding your job now to be redundant? Because now we know that there's a quantum leap to the top supply chain skills that are needed in the future. At this point in time, it's a new digital environment again. We need more skills, and the implication means that now you also have to pipeline. You have to really start capacitating yourself in the industry. So let's get to different areas, Sophia. In any organization, and I love the landscape of Latin America and also South, because we still grow. I look at Africa, we more of a developing countries at the same time, and being a developing country as well, we have to now start looking at specific areas in our supply chains now. And if I have to look at different areas, and you can just take any sector and say that some of the skills are becoming redundant. What are those exactly? I used an example of the seafarers based on the discussion that we had, that we are seeing that because of technology, there's so much automation in terms of the work that we are doing. I think that is one part. But the second part of it, the discussions around technology haven't enabled us as women to participate in supply chain. Has brought about it's because of new skills that has come about. What are those specific areas in terms of the profession and the skills that has been embedded?
Yeah, so I think again it will also depend on which specific industry you are in and which company you're in. If it's a smaller company that perhaps started as a startup and then it's developing and growing, but it's like mid-size or small size, then perhaps certain skills are still sufficient for the job, to make the job. But as that company starts growing, you start realizing that perhaps in order to gain economies of scales, or in order to have a higher impact in the market share, or at least in touching more customers, then you'll need to upskill your workforce. And upskilling your workforce might involve implementing technology that must change the type of activities your employees did or used to do, right?
Yes.
And so if I put it in the context of e-commerce, that has been changing a lot and growing very, very fast in the past year, I would say that there are a lot of things that in the sense of if we can still call it a skill, because I am also very I don't like it calling it a skill, but the use of spreadsheets and the use of sharing data through spreadsheets, I think that is very redundant now. Because if you have implemented a system that either is similar to an ERP or similar to a CRM, or if you have a system for transportation and locating your units and knowing where they are, then it might be redundant to still share information through a spreadsheet, right? So that those kinds of repetitive work, that it's all about keeping track of numbers, keeping track of performance indicators, I think that should change now and could change now.
Yeah,
it should be automated, because at the end it does not bring any value to the people keeping track of it, and because it takes time from your work to keep track of those indicators by hand or in this spreadsheet, and then you should spend that time analyzing those KPIs. So how are they related? How, if I change one, how will the other one be affected? And how can I take better decisions with those relationships that I have already highlighted? And how can I bring that information down or up in the organizational structure for our leaders, or the ones that are in our charge, so in our team, to take better decisions.
In fact, by implication, for the skills needed in supply chain, it means that with all these capabilities, this obviously results in the entire migration of supply chain activities. and it moves away from manual transaction, like what you are saying, and it's moving more to strategic higher levels in terms of tasks, in terms of activities as well. So as such, it means that the skills held by the professionals will have to advance, and then it's just equally critical that the supply chain employees understand the basics of how supply chain works, on an end-to-end process. I think we touched a bit around it when you're saying that people must understand the entire value chain, upstream and the downstream, in terms of supply chain management, because I think we're also having this conversation when you're talking about supply chain. What is procurement? What is purchasing? Is logistics? Is procurement logistics? Is supply chain management procurement only or logistics only? And some professionals still looks at supply chain as just procurement, or procurement as supply chain. However, supply chain is an integrated approach from procurement all the way to logistics. But that's the case, because I want us now to migrate now to a point that we now know the basics, essential knowledge in terms of what is needed from the supply chain experts and how we need to be advancing already in supply chain. What advice, how should organizations now start migrating? I think already we want to align. The first part of it, we are realizing that supply chain is dynamic, and then there's a lot of activities, a lot of roles that we have to fit in. But the second part of it as well is that whilst we have that rules now, as an organization, we need to have a proper integrated strategy. Let's look at those new capabilities. So the question is, how should this organization now start migrate? And let's start giving those, the advice to organization to really start looking at, and this how you really do that.
Yeah, so I think you said it, this part of being dynamic. So skills should be dynamic. How can we identify skills in such a way that we find paths or connectors to other skills? So that should be a way of rethinking the learning path of our employees, right? It's not like, okay, because I see it in the companies I've worked for, is okay, I'm looking for a specific person, and if that person does not fit in whatever I have decided the structure should be, then there's no such person in the world. I cannot find it. There's no one. There's no one in the pipeline, but there is because there are people out there that have skills that could be linked to the skills you wish they had. If that makes any sense.
Yes.
So it's not that you're looking for someone who already has it, but you're looking for someone that has potential for it. And how can I, as an organization, bring that potential to life, right? How can I start developing those skills within the company? And I know that sometimes it's a high investment for companies to hire. And it's a high investment because right now we've seen that the type of people entering the workforce, these generations, my generations, we are all about purpose. So if we cannot find purpose, and if we cannot find flexibility in our jobs, because that's something that we are expecting now, right? And I think that has been accelerated in the past year because of all the things happening in the world. But we're expecting those things. So if we don't have it, then we'll look for somewhere else, because we've seen that now that things are going remotely, then perhaps we can work remotely as well. And that's also, it's a good thing for companies in the world, because now they can look for talent as elsewhere and not physically, so they can access talent remotely as well. But it's also a weapon of, I don't know how to say it in English, but so it's something you should be careful, because it can act positive in one way and act negative in the other, because that way you can access talent, but then retaining talent is something that it's challenging. So I would say that, well, the latest statistic I heard is that right now 41% of the workforce is thinking about quitting or changing jobs.
Oh,
So
yes.
imagine this type of volatility and uncertainty one half of retaining your employees.
Oh, yeah. So you
So,
heard it, colleagues. Mhm.
yeah, so I would say, just summing up, that it's about how can I invest in people in such a way that I find these links between skills, and how can I rethink the learning path in such a way that it is also very dynamic for my
Yes.
employee.
Mm.
So it's
So
long
clearly
term.
yes, it's really around talent management as well, and really retaining the skills. So in fact, what you're indicating, that it's very important that with the skills, as we start to evolve as well, organization needs to find ways of retaining the skills and really pipelining and building mentoring, coaching as well, developing those future skills that we are looking at, because it also helps us to be able to retain them, in the businesses. And which is very crucial, very interesting with that. I also read up about that people are becoming bored of monotonous jobs. And at this point in time, everyone is starting to see the future, and I'm seeing that more people are want to move into coding, into being data analysts and so forth, because it's becoming more exciting. That will be the driver, and it's already becoming the driver of our industry. Colleagues, I'm chatting to Sophia, and we'll be wrapping up. And in terms of wrapping up, I just want to reemphasize some of the things that she is saying, and we're talking about what the skills of the future is looking like, and what the organization should be doing to ensure that we have those skills in our businesses. We spoke of project management skills, thinking the thought around the strategic planning and big thinking that is very, needed in the business, in supply chain, inclusive of technology again, by the way, and looking at Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, which is already driving that. I mean, you spoke around Python as well from the development perspective. I'm not such an IT guru, but I've been, learning a little bit about Python just to understand the thoughts around what we are driving out there as the final software solutions, because it's very important to be able to do that. We need to have skills. Number two, that speaks to applied real-time end-to-end supply chain management. Very important. If you don't understand what supply chain management is, from planning all the way to logistics, you wouldn't even know what skills are needed to be developed there. Spoke around networking, relationship management is very important around that. Technological expertise, we cannot stop re-emphasizing around that. Change leadership, very important, because part of what we are doing, we are operating within a global space already. So we need expertise in terms of global multi-channel and multi-partner businesses as well. Data analytic mentality as well. We need that. Risk management as well. We need a holistic global thinking, business transformation as well, especially now, which is very key. Looking at these new skills, it means looking at new supply chains that we need to operate in, the dynamic part of what we are dealing with. So such transformational capability also allows us also to optimize our supply chains. So where are you, colleagues, in terms of the skills? Are you redundant? Are you becoming redundant in your businesses because of your skills? What is happening on your side? Are you now making sure that as a CPO out there, or there's HR partners that are supporting you, you're getting to understand the skills that are needed in the future to be able to grow the businesses? Sophia, as we wrap up, what are your final tips in terms of ensuring that organizations now are aligned and they are ready to implement, they are ready to pipeline, they are ready to build this capacity within their businesses?
Yeah, I think lastly, what I would say is that organizations might have to think of faster ways to develop these platforms for upskilling. I think we spend so much time developing our own platforms for upskilling and designing courses specifically for our employees. And without also, I understand it from a branding perspective, right? But I think that there are a lot of partners out there that have excelled in these type of courses and have excelled in providing these surveys of upskilling. So why don't we find ways to partner with them in such a way to fast track these learning platforms? So I think there are a lot of them that are willing to work with organizations and make custom made courses for everyone.
Yes.
But I think that should be another way to look at it. Also, not trying to drive the change alone, but also look for partners and do it together, because the information, the courses, the professionals out there that are sharing their knowledge exist already, right?
Indeed.
So why would we want to try to make it all from scratch again, right?
Indeed. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Thank you, Sophia, for you got that, colleagues. We're moving away from the old skills. Automation is there. When you look at warehouses, there's robots already, there's drones out there in supply chain. It has taken away already most of the manual skills that we have been doing. So are you ready for that? Are you ensuring that as an organization, you're equipping yourself with the new skills? Are you outsourcing that functionality? Are you as an organization having a skills strategy that allows you to be relevant in this dynamic supply chain? Sophia, thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. I think the discussion of the skills will always continue to be there, because the most important part of our business is really, really, really around building the skills in everything that you're doing to be efficient, to be able to optimize. We can't do it without the skills, and we have to look at what the industry is looking at and what kind of skills we require for all our businesses. Thank you, Sophia. Sophia has joined us from Latin America, speaking to us around how organizations should be aligned with the skills of the future. Thank you. I think Sophia is our last panel speaker for today, as we are heading into our 5 minutes coaching. And I'm really, really excited about our 5 minutes coaching that will be starting in just a minute. Sophia, thank you. You must have yourself, it's a good morning on your side, if I remember well. You must have a great day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lebo, for having me. And I hope everyone here takes the most out of this global summit. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. You had it, ladies and gentlemen. We will be heading to our coaching circles. Like I said, 5 minutes for our coaches, straight to the point. We are cutting the chase. The next conversations that will be followed, I'm not asking any questions. In the next minute, we will be starting with our speed coaching sessions. In just a minute, we are just counting, as I will be counting the 5 minutes that is starting with our coaches. All right, all right, all right. The clock is ticking, the clock is ticking. Now we are about to start with our coaching circles. Now, 5 minutes on the dot. 5 minutes on the dot. Then at 13:15 South African time, we are starting with the coaching with Rashid Shah. You wanna know who Rashid is? He'll be talking to us around the skills and trends, the niche, the skills and how to adapt to them. Rashid, are you ready for us, Rashid?
Yes, very much. If you allow me to share my screen, I can, share a little bit more insightful information. Whenever you give me a green light, I'll go ahead.
Yes, so Rashid is talking to us around the skills. 5 minutes, five minutes, supply chain trends, the soft skills and how to adapt. Are you ready to adapt? Because this is a continuation already from the conversation with Sophia. So Rashid, it's 13:14. I'm going to start looking at the clock and I am not going to interrupt. And colleagues out there, if you have questions, please bounce them to Rashid. I think he is ready for us. It is 13:14 on the dot South African time. So you can start, Rashid, with your coaching.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you everyone for joining. For people who do not know me, I'm Rashid. I work with Elcott Global as Regional Director. I'm responsible for executive search and selection for Asia Pacific. Couple of quick insight, what I'm sharing and how I get this information. I've been doing supply chain logistics and procurement function from the last 12 years, and I speak to global decision makers every day to understand the market dynamics and vision to improve. And this gives me insights on what's next. And this is why I'm going to cover the topic of what are the supply chain trends, soft skills, and how do you adopt them. So let's talk about trends in supply chain and logistics. Lebo, you and Sophia had a great discussion. What I'm covering is basically a highlight of that, but it's a little bit more depth on exactly what the trend is covering globally. And we are going to start with the most obvious one, e-commerce boom. The pandemic has figuratively forced consumers to shop online more than ever, and it's now forcing companies to create new and innovative last mile delivery solutions, such as turning retail stores into fulfillment centers, delivery vehicles into pickup points, passenger vehicles into delivery vehicles, all providing consumers more choices to how to receive their products. Next we have is integrated supply chain. Sophia and you had, just touch upon this point that now it's more than important to connect all the dots within supply chain, right? So you will see this trend almost everywhere. Most companies have tried different systems to get the best pragmatic process in place. And hence the transformation from loosely connected sets of data, processes, and people towards a fully integrated end-to-end supply chain to enhance visibility is now being demanded. Going quickly to the next one, we are going to talk IoT, Internet of Things. I heard again that Sophia and you covered on this, which was amazing. What is happening now is that, Internet of Things is the tracking devices, the sensors, the system to monitor those devices are getting very, very reasonable. So now it's more easy to implement them. And if you're not able to kind of implement them, your competitor has far more data to provide to their customers, so you're going to lose. And this is why this is going to be, at least for next 2-3 years, key point for trends in supply chain. Moving to the next one, this is all about tech, hyper-automation, which is actually the latest trend in logistics, log tech and supply chain tech. Hyper-automation involves orchestrated use of multiple technologies, tools, or platform, including and limited to artificial intelligence, machine learning, event-driven software architecture, robotic process automation, business process management, and many more. So anything which is related to software, anything which is related to data management, data recording, analysis, when all comes together and it's all automated, it's hyper-automation. Well, that's actually my definition, layman definition for hyper-automation. Next is cybersecurity. Now, AI, blockchain, IoT is creating much more interwoven areas of vulnerability in system and tools. Hence, focus within corporates to safeguard their future is very essential. And hence, cybersecurity is trend in supply chain. It will continue being for at least next few years. Next we have is demographic changes. As Sophia said, that now companies are not just hiring within locally; they're expanding, and this is actually as I said, it's a double-edged sword. It's positive and negative, depends how you see it. But migration to cities are creating new urban landscapes that are different supply chain and infrastructure challenges. Population in West are facing an ongoing talent shortages as population shrink while the workforce ages. And hence, there are now a new title, which is people or culture within, or staffing augmentation within corporates who are looking at how to mass acquire those talent. How do you go and map those talent and bring on board? Last but not the least is resilience. When one part of network is exposed to risk, all are vulnerable, all other are vulnerable to disruption. Focusing on supply chain resilience is conjunction with risk prevention and enabling companies to mitigate adverse events faster than competition. And hence, resilience is now the key. And this is, because of the endemic or pandemic, that this has become the highest trend in supply chain. So now this is, what I've spoken about now is just trends in supply chain and logistics. But what I want to focus now is soft skills trends in supply chain and logistics. How do you adapt to these trends? How do you make sure that you are able to apply for jobs which are next generation jobs or next phase of endemic jobs? To start with, it's business acumen. Companies are getting so pragmatic that every function has to look at how to save money, how to make money, and how to basically come with new solutions which can give birth to new commercial revenues. So businesses are getting pragmatic in a way where that the preference to look for people is that they have to have somebody who are far more customer focused, very customer centric. You cannot just be, oh, I'm amazing with how my operations are doing, the cost is high, but it provides the best solution. It does not work anymore. It has to be very customer centric. Preference on professionals who can prioritize business long-term goals or short-term goals are in rise as well. So that's first soft skill and trend. Next is adaptability. I think that's again, Sophia, and you kind of touched this topic as well. This is no brainer, right? With rise of ambiguous situation in endemic, this skill is highly in demand, especially in supply chain and logistics operation. Approaches, the preference over people who can approach obstacles with a persistent and positive attitude is a key element in today's world. Next, we have storytelling. Now, this is my favorite skill set, and I think everybody should adapt this. Selling has become an essential part of every function, and it's not just limited to commercial professionals. It's essential to learn to sell your ideas, your processes, your career expectation and concept. And hence, for me, this is the top skill in demand. Next, we have systems thinking. This is again one more topic I think has come up again in today's event a lot. The expectation to understand how the work affects other functions and organization as a whole. Preference over someone who can consider risk and security practices when completing work, understands the relationship between different technologies within company. Hence, systems thinking is also one of the key soft skills required in current supply chain logistics functions. Last is data analytics and data management. Now, someone with understanding of different between predictive and prescriptive analytics. Now there are a lot of data scientists, so there has been a demand last year. So the trend was about, okay, how do person comes in and just look at analyzing the data that have collected. But now the data, this big data is going crazy. The amount of information they're capturing is 10 times more than last 2 months, right? So it's just growing at a very high pace. So the management of data is far more important. And of course, the analysis has always been important, so it's always going to stay. So this is the last trend, which you will constantly see the demand in job market. Yeah, so this is the last soft skills in supply chain and logistics. Now, what I want to do, if I have a few more minutes, I want to cover one of the soft skills and how do you quickly adopt them, right? So let's talk about storytelling. I said, highly recommend to adapt this. So let's do a tiny activity, all our listeners. Imagine you're applying for your dream job and you have to talk about your experience in your recent role. How would you break down your responses? So let me share how I will do it. I would make my responses in 2 parts. One is I'll try to quantify my experience. Now, what does quantifying means? Anything which can bring a number. So what is the cost of your role? What is the revenue you support? What is the revenue you bring in? What is the savings you have brought to the company? How big is your team? How big is your region? How many SKUs you have managed? So anything which has a number which you can quantify, I would start putting them on numbers. That's first part of storytelling. The second part is problem solving. Any problem can be small or big, doesn't matter, as long as it affects your job. And if you can break down your problem solving into 4 parts, one is what was the problem? How was it impacting the business? How did you solve it? And most importantly, what was your role in that solution? Once you have responses for this 2 parts, once you combine it in any order and talk to your future or basically a hiring manager or interviewers, I can assure you they're going to be far more impressed, because now nobody talks about responsibilities. They now look at the JD, now they understand fairly what you do. So what they're really interested to know is, what exactly you have impacted the business, how you have impacted the business, what is the real core value you bring to that business, and if you jump into the new ship, what are you going to bring along? And hence, storytelling is very, very important. And you can use the same concept. You can break down your story in different elements, numbers and solutions. Once you have this 2 parts in your story, I can tell you they'll be able to hear you far more better, and you have a far more higher chances of getting what you want. So this is storytelling quickly. So, again, quantifying, problem solving, and when you tell it, it has to be quantifying, problem solving in any order. It doesn't matter. It really helps. So if you're keen to develop all the above skills, you can reach out to Elcott Global to know more about our learning and development program. For us, we basically break down each trend and skills and give you far more creative solution on how to adapt them. But this was me in 5 minutes. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have. I'm open to connection. Anybody wants to connect me on LinkedIn, and this is my QR code to connect. But yeah, that's me. Lebo, did I meet your expectation on time?
You didn't make the 5 minutes, Rashid. Rashid made it in 7 minutes, not 5 minutes.
Got it. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to push myself as much as possible. Hopefully,
very insightful information, Rashid, in terms of the skills and the storytelling, which is very important in terms of ourselves, on how you convince people. And it really, in fact, applies across the board. If you want to really have people listening to you, you need to be a good storyteller. And the good storyteller is exactly the pointers that you have shared with us. But you didn't make the 5 minutes, Rashid.
You should have a timer telling us, rush. I tried.
In fact, Rashid, the one thing that I forgot to say was that if you start seeing my face coming up, you must know that you have a minute left.
Hopefully we do more of these. So now I know your cheat codes.
Definitely, we shall. But thank you so much, Rashid, for joining us for this conversation. I know that from Alcott perspective, there's so much work that you are doing around this as part of the work that you are doing, and your role as well in terms of executive search and selection as well, and how you want people to convince you, in fact, from that element perspective. So colleagues, you had it. If you want more tips, you can always check on the Alcott Global website, because they share a lot of tips in most of this conversation. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Rashid, on this
Thank you, Lebo, for having me.
In terms of the trends, look at the soft skills as well that are shaping up, and how to tell a story out there, because storytelling is very important. Now we move to our next speaker. I think it will be a continuation of yesterday's conversation with Kia in terms of self-mastery to achieving supply chain excellence. So Kia, I know you are ready for us. You are ready to share the insights and continue with the conversation that we had yesterday. You can continue on your side. Where is that clock? We know that 5 minutes. I think you already know the drill. You had your 5 minutes yesterday, so I think you will be able to keep the time again. So right now is 13:27. Let's see if Gia will be able to beat Rashid. I think Rashid took the cup already. So let's hear what Gia is going to say. Gia is 13:28, so we can start now.
Thank you, Lebo, and our fellow audience. Thanks for hosting me once more. Today's session is a continuation of yesterday's session. Let us recap. We were talking about self-mastery to supply chain excellence. We had said that your journey to self-mastery, in order for you to be able to deliver excellence, requires that of professionals and practitioners that resolved, practitioners that are content with themselves. We had said that in the journey to that capability development, character builds excellence, we need to be looking within, and then how do we carry ourselves? So for today's session, we focus on the other aspect, that being confidence. You gain confidence when you are sure of yourself as a product. And that entails your skills, your authority within your make. When we refer to skills level, too often times people think that qualifications are skills. I want to emphasize that your qualifications are not your skills. Your qualifications are just an indication that you can comprehend a degree of complexity, and therefore you are trainable. So one needs to continue, after acquiring their qualifications, to continue to self-build that capability, continue to read, research, know what are the trends within the space of the profession that you're dealing with. I'm a big believer actually in learning. I believe that what you actually self-learn and research yourself, you tend to know very well. But the moment you go and you write an exam, if it was for a qualification, once you've written an exam and then everything just disappears and you cannot even implement that. Well, that is just my personal belief. I'm requesting and applauding that. You have to have an inquisitive mind. The supply chain competencies requires a well-rounded up professional. And for you to be a well-rounded up professional, you need to be having mixed skills, blended skills. Let's go to the second aspect, which is authority. How you enter a space, how you occupy a room from your presence perspective. Do you take up space? You need to be felt as you enter. I am here, fill me. What you know can never be taken away from you, because of it also aspects of the authority when you actually be in the present moment. So that is confidence. Our second aspect, is actually our fifth aspect, is now review. What do we mean by review? We are saying do a check-in, a reflection on your steps. This meaning that you keep on checking, am I on track? Am I off track? Do I need to balance? Do I need to adjust? Remember, we are referring to those aspects around your character building, having to look within how you treat other individuals, and then coming to the aspect that I'm content and I'm confident about myself, but am I really sure? Am I treating people in the manner that they need to be treated? Am I conversing the way I need to be conversing? Are there any gaps? So the crux of this critical reflection process is in mentorship, is in peer reviews, is in coaching. You should be having a mentor for every aspect of your critical life. A mentor for your career, for your finances, for your social skills, for your spirituality, whatever are the aspects that are most critical in terms of creating you to create a balance in your entire professional scope. The process of reflection, it is the most painful process if done correctly. Because of you need to prepare your mindset for both negative and positive feedback. And I'm always promoting the negative feedback. So with the negative feedback, it is where you learn to adjust and change. Mentoring up and mentoring down. I think after yesterday's session, I had about 50 requests, can you believe it, of mentorship. I'm coming from a philosophy that says, for you to want to be mentored, you must already be mentoring 5 people. You can't expect to stretch yourself in the one hand to only be taken to be mentored. You must be able to mentor below or down so that you actually know how to coach yourself as a critical aspect. I see labels appearing on the screen now. The last aspect is inspire. Remember, you are as good as those that you that look up to you. To inspire, you must have followers. You must strive to make a mark, create a legacy, and literally be the benchmark. So let us now try to complete our entire journey. The journey to self-mastery starts with having to build character. You must be self-aware how you conduct yourself. You must build your confidence in terms of you be resolute, skills and your authority, review all the time, and be able to inspire. And what I mean by that inspire, being able to influence the servant's ship. You need to be able to serve and you need to be able to depose. Being able to depose, you are developing the individuals that you are leading that want to look up to you. And that's how you actually then empower the individuals that are out there within the space that you want to influence and how you want to build your character. That is all from my side. This is Kiabe Tsumpane from the Kiabe Foundation. Here we care about capability development and leadership development in supply chain. Thank you, Lebo.
Thank you, Kia. No 5 minutes. You went beyond 5 minutes today as well. Eh? But very good insights as well from both Rashid and also from Kia in terms of character building. It's very important. You spoke around that a lot. Looking within yourself, caring yourself, be sure, checking in and reflecting on yourself. And the most important about it is servant leadership in terms of us being torch bearers out there and really saying that how are we making a difference? Let's make sure that we are able to, pass that baton and part of this conversation and having all of these colleagues and some of these women and torch bearers is really around making sure that they can share their insights, they can mentor, they can coach as well, make a difference in everyone's lives. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your insights. Your 7 minutes is over now. Eh? Thank you for that. Colleagues, you had it. We are done with Kia and Rashid. And then let's look at the clock. Then let's see who is following now. All right. Now, with the clock ticking, we have Colette Yenda, who is joining me on her 5 minutes coaching. Colette, you are under a lot of pressure. Let me tell you that. With everyone now, since yesterday's, I think the person, in fact, yesterday we had 2 of the coaches that made it within 3 minutes. 3 minutes and a couple of seconds. So let's see. I still want to see if there's anyone that will beat the 3 minutes that we had yesterday. So I will be joined by Colette. And Colette, on her side, she will be talking to us around tips to executing value-add enterprise and supplier development programs. Remember, part of the work that we're doing in supply chain really is around ESG. And most of the time, we always have these discussions around ESG, the impact, creating that sustainability. But we cannot develop all the way through. How do we really create such sustainability around ESD program. So who is Colette? Colette is a strategic manager. She has a sound knowledge already in stakeholder management, innovation, transformation. She has and also participates in strategic direction for sustainability initiatives in supply chain management, sourcing, category management, contract management, and so forth. She works for a Gibela Rail Consortium servicing PRASA. She worked for Ballowworld, Equipment, Transnet, and some of the organizations in the country. So Colette, I know how passionate she really is around supplier development. That's why I chose her for this 5 minutes quick coaching. And I said, Colette, you know exactly what is happening in ES3 in supplier development. How do we create sustainability? Because we cannot develop and develop. So how do we ensure that we create value add enterprise and supplier development programs? Colette, thank you for joining us. It's 13:39, and I would want you to share with us all the insight within 5 minutes. Let's see if you will be able to beat the time, Colette. Am I putting you under pressure?
I think I'll do this in 1.5 minutes.
Is that sure? Then let us see. Let us see. Well, you heard it. Colette will make it in just 1.5 minutes. Let's see if she will be able to. And this is very important conversation, Colette, especially for the service providers and also the small businesses that are participating within ESG programs. I think we've always said that ESG is very critical in South Africa, and we need to develop more suppliers. We need to create diversity within our supply chains. But at the same time, we cannot train in all of this organization. We want to see all the small suppliers really graduating, getting to a certain level in terms of their businesses. So it's 13:40. I was waiting for 13:40. Then you can start. I'm not asking any question, and anyone can send their questions on the chat box.
Thank you, Lebo, and just greetings, everybody. ESG, I think for me, has always been a passion of mine, and most of it, I think, if I look at history and how we've developed suppliers, I think it's been easy to identify and now what business and do the financial and maybe a little bit of non-financial support, and not necessarily focus on the qualification of the supplier. Because basically, what's important, and maybe I'm going to speak from the current environment that one is sitting in. So what we have done in terms of just creating sustainability with our suppliers is that once we've identified the supply, we go through a full-on qualification process. And that qualification process does include some financial support, does include non-financial support, but most of it focuses on the technical side of it and the technical competence of the supplier. With that also includes what we call a resident. So what's important is that once you've placed a supplier development resident, the supplier development residents then would sit with the entrepreneur and understand what their processes look like, where the gaps are sitting at. And then with that, we then like to then identify the different skill set. If we need a technical expert to come and support in the technical side of things, then we set up timelines, we assist with the development, and then we measure that. We've had, because I think supply development should be as practical as possible. And there's something that we call a quality wall, because you also have to understand where the supplier is in terms of their process, including quality. So we've managed to put in a quality wall within the suppliers, and then we assist them to measure what they are supplying. And I think it's very important, again, I'm going to keep referring to this point, making it as practical as possible. And then at some point, we do that for at least a period of 18 months with the resident being there. And then post that, the resident would then go as and when required, but supply development does not move out of the process completely, at least for a period of about 2.5 years. And then with that, one then is able to say, because we are a company that right now is growing and developing. What's important is that with all the different partnerships that we have as corporates, and I'm no longer talking from where I'm sitting, as corporates, that we then need to be able to open opportunities and assist the supplier that we are working with to find those opportunities. Because once you are certified by us, you then able to market yourself. But we also, from where we are at the moment as well, we're able to say, once you've certified by us, we do introduce some of our suppliers to our bigger suppliers and sub-suppliers, so that when there's an opportunity there, even for something similar, they can subcontract to them. So we've had, and we have, some of the suppliers that we have developed that at the moment are being used across our supply chain by some of our suppliers, because of the amount of work that we've invested in them and the development that we've invested in them, including some of what we call the non-recurring costs that we have invested from equipment and the material that we've bought from them. Currently, we even have a couple of suppliers that we're still free issuing material, but not for long. We are concluding that process because they needed certain machinery and they needed certain skills, and now they've gotten it. So we are ramping down the process, but it's important to plan it well and understand the start and the end, and make sure what are the milestones that you are tracking, and be able to track them well. Lebo, I don't want to exceed my 5 minutes.
Oh, Colette, you did it. Colette is the first. We started at 1340, Colette, and now it's 1344. So that means that you made it. We have the first person today that made it on time. Colette, where are you now? You disappeared. Colette made it in 1340. We're talking about sustainable ESG programs, and what we are saying that you can really qualify out of it as an entrepreneur. Colleagues out there, have you got questions to Kia with regards to supplier development? There's a comment coming up saying that developing suppliers is key. From quality department, I'm so passionate about partnership. That is often, and that's exactly what we want, quality that comes out of this ESG initiatives. It's not just about development. It also one of the of the ideas around growing beyond, and it's around graduating. And also it's very important that we see ourselves partnering for growth and for development, instead of really spending money each and every organization and reskilling. It's more money for organizations as well, and we want to see that growth coming up. So Colette now is complaining, who's that? Kia is complaining that Colette donated 1 minute to me. No, it was not donated, Kia. You made it in 7 minutes. You had it, Colette. Thank you, Colette. Thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. You had it, colleagues. ESG initiatives, very critical to the growth of our businesses and really creating competition, creating business in our respective areas. It can be done, and let's do it well in terms of South Africa, in terms of Africa, in terms of supply chain as a whole, to make sure that there's sustainability that comes with it. Very, very important. Thank you, Colette, for that. As we prepare for our next coach that is joining us now in the discussion. All right, the clock is ticking for our next coach. Mr. Alvin Harris, are you there? Oh yes, Alvin is there. Alvin is there. You saw Alvin yesterday. You see, Alvin, if I'm talking about the gurus in logistics, I'm speaking, around you, and I know your passion around the transport sector. Since yesterday, we had beautiful inside discussion around AFTA and what does it mean around logistics, what does it mean around supply chain, how we look at AFTA as an enabler as well in the industry for women and also for youth. And your heart, as it is for the next generation around youth empowerment in the transport sector. I think that's what we are looking at. It's part of your coaching today. And I will really want to hear, the drill, the 5 minutes. If you see my face, you know that 5 minutes is almost over. You are on 4 minutes. So Alvin,
how can I be on 4 minutes? You can't take one of my minutes, man. Please, Chair. They're very precious.
Oh yeah, there's this pressure that is really mounting out there. So you have 5 minutes, Elvin, in terms of what is it, youth empowerment in the transport sector. I hope there is youth out there and they know how to participate and what is it that they do not know about the industry, so that because we want to see more of the youth being involved in the industry. So it's 13:48. Alvin, if we can just kickstart your coaching session.
Thanks. Thank you, Lebo. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, 5 minutes is not a long time. Very quickly, I think the first thing to remember is that youth empowerment is actually a formalized concept in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, in the document, in the convention document itself. As a signatory, in fact, all countries are signatories to that United Nations Conventions on the Right of the Child, including South Africa. As part of being a signatory, we've got various youth empowerment strategies, policies, programs at national, local, regional level, provincial level. There are NGOs and private sector organizations that have set up and established and are running youth empowerment projects and programs and initiatives. So I think there's plenty of opportunity there for our youth. One of the critical things about the youth empowerment is, it's just that recognition that over the last few decades, 3, 4, 5, 6 decades, we've drifted away a little bit, and the youth have lost a bit of their voice in society. So there's a deliberate attempt to usher the youth to get that voice back. So there's specific training that is given to youth in formalized youth empowerment training structures and training and education programs. There are 5 key skill sets that are taught to the youth generally in those training programs. It's about life coping skills. It's about manipulative skills, i.e. not manipulating other people, just using your body in a spatial way to be able to handle things and so on. So it's kind of body, physical intelligence, improving intellectual skills and critical thinking, improving communication skills, and then improving artistic and trade skills. So most of the programs that are out there will revolve around that. When it comes to the youth themselves in the transport, logistics space, supply chain space, one would imagine that the trade skills component of that would be focused. People in the transport sector offering those programs will be focused on those trades and competencies and skills in our sector. But the life coping skills is also critically important, and hopefully wherever our youth go to get that, they would find that. Now, the key really is, even though it says youth empowerment, basically any empowerment is for me more about self-empowerment. And this is the message that I really would want any youth that it's out there to understand. It really is about self-empowerment. There may be opportunities, there may be things on documents, there may be a program in your neighborhood. If you don't go, if you don't show up, and showing up is 90% of what makes successful people successful, is just showing up consistently every day. And whether there's a program or not a program, even if there isn't a program, create your own program. But there are plenty of programs and initiatives out there. And really, it's about you propelling yourself, self-empowerment, sharpening your own sets of skills, figuring out where you are, what some of your shortcomings are. Be honest with yourself. But then understand that you within yourself, you've got really tremendous capability to achieve, whatever you want to achieve, or almost whatever, not quite whatever. If you are, 1 meter in height, becoming maybe a basketball superstar is not, kind of in your cup of tea. So within some limits, things that we can't do, but there's a lot of things that we can do. But you got to have the ambition, you got to have the drive. I know many of you are tired, many of you are frustrated, opportunities don't seem to be there, but they really are there. And I also do want the youth to understand that government don't owe you anything. The world doesn't owe you anything. We are all here trying to make the best of what this world has to offer. There are downsides, there are opportunities, there are things that we need to create for ourselves. And the more we kind of look within ourselves and find the strength and power within ourselves to say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do the other. I'm going to organize with a group of people. I'm going to try organize myself and get myself sorted out and get this thing going. There's no shortage of opportunities, even in a recession, even in a pandemic. There's a lot of things. Millionaires and billionaires will be found in this environment. You guys can be one of those. You guys can be the new entrepreneurs of the transport sector in the next 10, 20 years, but you got to start now and you got to go for it. Thanks, Lebo. I hope I'm in my time.
You did. Started at 13:48. And now it's
I think I'm half a minute over.
You had it, colleagues. Yourself, youth out there, you have to show up. There's opportunities for you. No one is owing anything. All we can owe you, in fact, we owe you the mentorship, the coaching, and the guide, because that's what we have to do in terms of steering you into the right direction. That's very important, but you need to show up on your side. You can see the keynotes from Alvin that there is youth empowerment programs that you can be involved in. It's about yourself as youth being in charge of your own destiny, but also about your responsibilities. 5 core youth empowerment skills taught through training and education intervention. There's a lot of them. And make sure that in any empowerment is ultimately about self. It's about yourself. Neither the government nor the world owes you anything. But I'll have to say that the only thing that we owe you again is the guide, the lead, the mentorship, the coaching. So you must grab it. There's opportunities for that. And that's exactly what we are aiming to do. And we have spoken, if you saw the video that we played earlier, it's around youth opportunities within Africa Free Continental Trade Area. So opportunities are there. Be involved. Understand all these treaties, all these things that has been signed off that's supposed to be giving you opportunities as youth. So the opportunities are they just show up in this world every day. Alvin, thank you so much for joining us on this platform. So before we move to our next coach, I also want to share what we are doing from WISC for the youth and giving them opportunities. Remember, colleagues, in terms of WISC, African Women in Supply Chain Association, we do have a youth chapter, and part of our youth chapter is to ensure that we support youth in terms of entrepreneurial and workplace readiness programs, so that you have opportunities out there, you understand what options exist for you. And then from the workplace perspective, we want to make sure that yourself out there as a youth, we help you, we mentor you, we coach you into going to industry, go for site visits, we coach you, we mentor you as well in areas that speaks to career guidelines, making the right choices, internships as well. So speaking to internships and learnerships, if you are out there in industry and you're seeking some youth that can be in the supply chain environment, either from transport procurement, they're already in the industry, please just make sure that you tap with us, because we have a database of more than 3,000, 2,000 students. Part of what you're doing, we have those relationships, we have MOUs with the universities. And another exciting opportunity that we have for youth in supply chain, there's a webinar that's coming up on the 31st of August, which is free registration. It's one of the opportunities that is there for yourself in terms of workplace and entrepreneurial business programs. And the reason we have that, it's part of the advocacy and the support that we are giving yourself to understand logistics, to understand procurement as well. Be part of it. I know that the team will post it on the chat box, and we will post it. It's already on our LinkedIn, on all our profiles. to make sure on Twitter, Facebook as well. So please encourage any youth out there that is already in supply chain to be part of this webinar. It's only going to be for an hour, 30 minutes. So it's part of us helping you so that you can see the opportunities that are out there. The other thing that we are doing, we will be starting also with a program for 100 students, 100 youth that are already there, some of them unemployed, and the honor students that are 30 years that are completing their studies in supply chain management in terms of an entrepreneurial program. It's more of an ESG program that is sponsored by SyncPoint. So we want to take 100 students already and ensuring that we help them, we teach them around opportunities within the transport sector as well. And I'm hoping that most of you will benefit from it. If you need more information, you can always check on the chat box, and if you're looking for mentorship and coaching as a youth, be part of that program. So as we move to our last coach for the day, Alia. So Alia, I know you've been there and listening. You are our last coach for today, Alia. Hey? Hello, Alia. So Alia is in China right now. And she is, let me tell you about her. She's a passionate pharmacist who decided to be more involved in supply chain. That's what I love. So has extensive experience in the pharmaceutical industry, purchase of raw materials, already chemical reagents, packaging and disposable procurement. So she has also helped in establishing few pharmaceutical plants by purchasing suitable pharmaceutical machinery line and clean rooms. So she's into end-to-end supply chain and management and has in-depth knowledge of the Chinese business environment, very multilingual, being fluent in English, Arabic, and Chinese. Can you speak Mandarin now?
Ni hao.
So you see now, I was just testing if she understands Sheshe, what Sheshe really means, hey?
Thank you.
Exactly. So the Alia will be talking to the importance of what is that poster? We're talking about procurement in China. You know, Alia, I love this discussion, and in fact, very important because we're looking at supplier diversification up to so far, but also, and initially we were talking about procurement in China, where I was saying that I think you've heard in the conversation, and we were saying that our reliance already has been on China for most of the countries, on a lot of commodities and so forth. But there's also the importance of diversification as well in procurement. So I know you're going to share with us in terms of the insight. It's 1400 already in South Africa. So I think your 5 minutes will be starting now.
Okay. So hi everyone. I'll be talking about supply diversification, but I'll also talk about procurement in China. I'm not sure if the time will serve, but I'll try my best. So the first point I would like to talk about today is procurement during the pandemic. As you know, because of the pandemic, a lot of disruptions has happened in every industry, including the supply, including our field, which is the supply chain management, logistics, and procurement, which is a part of that field. So what happened is during the pandemic, we found out how vulnerable our system is, and we need to actually evolve. So we were in a crisis mode, basically, and now we're kind of in a recovery mode because we have some experience. We changed. We used a lot of. We did a lot of modifications to adapt with the situation. It's very important that supply chain and procurement functions exhibit flexibility and agility in order to adapt to these circumstances. We need to find a suitable approach to position the supply chain procurement functions as more resilient in the face of short-term threats and disruptions and transit into a new operating model. My second point is about the importance of supplier diversification. So during the pandemic, well, basically most companies only have a single source for certain materials. It keeps things simple, yes, it has its own pros and cons. But for example, during the pandemic, it had a lot of cons because what if you don't have that product anymore? That supplier is going through maybe not a fault of their own. Maybe it's just a crisis, for example, like what happened with the pandemic. In this situation, you don't have access to that product anymore or that material. So if you don't have a supply diversification, then that's a big issue. So the other cons as well for having a single source is finding competitive market price. So if you're only dependent on that single source, you don't know all the other options available, and that source doesn't need to have to be more competitive, which will affect the prices that you're going to get. So a lot of things like that. So using a number of suppliers for the same material rather than one has potential advantage as the risk is spread. For instance, sometimes a usually solid supplier might no longer be dependable, like in the case of the pandemic. Or some factories has been also shut down. The ones we deal with has been shut down because of some environmental issues. So the reasons might vary, but the result is the same. So that all leads to the importance of having a supplier diversification in your organization or in your supply chain. My third point is about the supplier diversity goals. So how to identify and contract these diverse suppliers. So when seeking a supplier, there are many factors that will affect our decision, such as the value for money, the quality, reliability, service, and etc. I would like to mention an example in the pharmaceutical industry. That's where I'm working on. I'm the procurement manager at GLS. So, for example, in the pharmaceutical industry, we have three main countries that provide our raw materials. You have China, the main country, and then we have also India and America. Some other countries are also of significant importance, like Germany and some others. So you also, when you do the supplier diversification, you also need to see the geographical aspect as well. For example, now there's something called the second wave, which basically means that there are new markets to provide those raw materials, the same raw materials or the excipients, which is a part of the chemicals that we use. So those, for example, are like Latin America. So when you have different positions, geographical positions, you have in China, for example, you have in Latin America, Europe, and these places, you will have less risk. Of course, you will have more administrative efforts. Yes, these are one of the cons, but the pros are much, much greater. I'm afraid because I still have 30 seconds to go. I'm trying to make the 5 minutes. So I'm just gonna run a little bit on this one. So basically, there are 6 steps. I'm gonna go to the next step, which is supplier development. Supplier development is the process of working with certain suppliers on a one-to-one basis to improve their performance. So there are about a few steps, 6 steps to supplier quality development. First, you have to select the supplier. You have to approve the supplier. You will have the approved suppliers list. And then you need to audit them, measure supplier performance, development, and management. These are all the steps. And the most important thing is, which is one of the pros of having a single sourcing, which is you will have that close relationship with the supplier. So if you can maintain a similar close relationship with a supplier while having supplier diversity, then it could also be, a pro for supplier diversity as well. I'm running out of time. So the last one is about some related certificates. There are so many certificates related to supply chain management and logistics. As you know, for example, Apex have CPIM, they have SCORP, they have CLTD, but I want to mention one is about, which is specifically for supplier diversity. It's by ISM, which is Certified Professionals in Supplier Diversity, which is CPSD. So thank you. That will be all for today. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. You can also add me on LinkedIn, Alia Omar, GLS Pharmaceuticals. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Level, and thanks you to Oscar for being able to be here and provide such an important event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alia. I think it's very important to diversify in terms of procurement, and coming from where you are at right now. We've seen that during the pandemic, and we've seen that in terms of your keynotes, the importance of supplier diversification, look at the goals that we need, identifying, contracting diverse suppliers as well, development, which is still critical. And it's very, it's interesting when I look at supplier development, which is one of the conversations that is important as part of the learnings. Having been in China, I think we want to have more insights around how the Chinese have also developed, the supplier base, because, if you look at the supplier base that's coming from China, obviously different qualities and so forth, but just the methodology that has been looked at in that regards, and the certification that is really required. So those are the keynotes coming from Alia, and we will be having more discussion. I know a lot of people are very interested in understanding the Chinese market and how to penetrate it, and how we ensure that we buy quality as well. How do we ensure that we build relationships, and also learnings that are coming from the capacity and the capability coming from Asian countries as well. So thank you so much, Alia, for joining us for this discussion. Anyone that wants to link up with Alia, she is on LinkedIn.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. So Alia is our last coach for today. As we're wrapping up, can you believe that the 2 days it's all done, cast, concrete? We are done with our session for our supply chain summit, colleagues. Can you believe it? How did you find the summit? Has it been insightful? How would you want us, and what is it already that you want us to focus on going forward? Because yes, we're always going to have additional dialogues on a monthly basis. We have those, that's what we've been doing. But also now with the dialogue coming up next year on the Supply Chain Women Summit, would you like to participate? Do you want to be part and process of this? Do you want a coach? Do you want to be, a mentor out there? We are fully open for that, because if you want to be a mentor as well as part of supporting our WISC, African Women in Supply Chain Association, remember what we said, let's step forward, let's ensure that we become thought leaders and support others in terms of coaching. And that is really the idea of the coaching circles, ensuring that we can get to quick sessions that are straight to the point. We cut into the chase immediately. So we are looking at mentors, we are looking at coaches out there, which my team will be posting already on the chat box, to be a mentor, to be a coach as well. And also we've already posted, if you're a youth out there that needs to be part of our webinars that we are having, because that's exactly the seed that we want to plant out there. So I'm hoping that the sessions have been insightful, colleagues. We always wished to have the live sessions with yourself, but unfortunately, we know because of the pandemic, we will really find as many ways of reaching out to yourself. We are available, in terms of our email, our website as well. The team will also share what we are doing. So let me tell you, in terms of wrapping up what we have learned since yesterday, a couple of things that has been eminent is that we have been looking at end-to-end supply chain, and we understand in terms of end-to-end supply chain, we want to reach a certain level of excellence in supply chain. We understand the dynamics, but we also understand that there is a lot of work that needs to happen, and we want to support, we want to help, we want to coach, and not having dialogues that are once off, and which is exactly what we've been doing on a month-to-month. And we want to stream across from you as youth in supply chain, as a woman in supply chain, as a professional, meaning also males and entrepreneurs that are already in the sector. Be part and parcel of our sessions, please, because we will be sharing more and more insights around it. And just really wrapping up, let me tell you some of the discussions that we had was really around reimagining and achieving supply chain excellence in terms of how we prepare ourselves. How do we ensure that within this supply chain, we are prepared from the upskilling and we have an open mind as well. And we also had a discussion really around supply chain skills transformation as well, which has been critical around that. We looked at the skills of the future as well in terms of how supply chain has totally transformed. We have also looked at digital transformation from the logistics perspective. How we can assist you in really optimizing your supply chain. We spoke around the global emerging trends and challenges that are facing the industry, looking at maritime as a whole. We know that maritime is another monster that we are dealing with. So we have shared some insights around that already today. We spoke around supplier relationship management, how we leverage on that for managing the risks in supply chain. We also spoke around the skills and the trends, the CPO analysis in terms of the future of supply chain. So a lot of insight, but the most other important part is ethical supply chains, which we know that it continues to be a challenge in procurement. We have seen from the Corruption Perception Index how all the countries are being measured. If you don't know it, just go to Corruption Perception Index, then you will see where your country is sitting at. It's across the globe as well. And the reason I'm really summing this up, colleagues, is really now moving towards the most important topic around globalization and how we want to build Africa. From the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, we need certain capabilities, we need certain skills, we need to collaborate, we need to be able to work together to be able to build the supply chains that we have in South Africa. We spoke around sustainability also, beneficiation as well. And the most very important, key capabilities to take us to the next level. So that's exactly how our summit has been structured to really allow you. We did not touch everything. However, I think the base of what you've heard is really what is very key, and that's what's very eminent in the current supply chain. And yourselves as women out there, I've got a passion for mentoring and coaching women as well. So I'm saying to you, let's lift up the baton as well. Let's make sure that as it is, we participate. We are the ones that are also transforming and leading. And to the male counterparts that are part of this discussion, especially in logistics, please continue coaching and mentoring, and because we need that support. That's the only way to have the level of advocacy. So we wouldn't have done this on our own. We have been able to do this with our supply chain partners. As you can see them on the screen, we are grateful for their support in terms of the work that they are doing and really supporting us in this initiative. But I would want to firstly thank you as the audience that has joined in. Unfortunately, on LinkedIn, after 4 hours, we cannot stream directly. So we will be loading this recording, especially the coaching part on LinkedIn. The other part, I think everyone was able to log in from LinkedIn directly. At this point in time, only on Facebook and only on Zoom are people able to see the entire conversation. So I want to thank all the audiences, the questions. We are there to support you. Thank you. Thank you for being part of the discussion. And to our mentors, to all our coaches as well, the speakers that has been part of this platform. I'm grateful, and I'm grateful for the work that you have done. Unfortunately, not all the coaches and the speakers are here, but I would like to have, I can see Alia is there, Colette is there, Kia, if you can just show your faces. Looks like some of the coaches are not there. Where's Kia? Colette? Well, it looks like some of the coaches are gone and the speakers. Colleagues, thank you so much for joining us for this discussion. You have been patient with us. It's 14:16. I think we were supposed to finish off at what time? Is it 1400? But we are not that bad. No, in fact, it's 14:30. We made it on time. You see, even if some people took more than 7 minutes, we made it on time. So we made it on time. Thank you. You have been a great audience. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to yourself as coaches and really having the passion to change the industry here earlier, and the other coaches and the speakers that we had earlier. I am looking forward to seeing you in the next year. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you on our monthly dialogues. The dialogues continues. Always know that. We continue with the dialogues. It is not just about the once-off conversation that you are having now. And we celebrate you, all the women in supply chain, and we celebrate all the women in the country and globally as well. Wishing you have a very good evening from your side. Then I shall bow down and say thank you. We are done with the session.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us, Lebo.